A resumption of the suspension of the Ethics Committee meeting that happened last night at 10:05. Just a reminder for the sake of all members that we are on a motion that has been proposed by Mr. Barrett, and the motion reads that the committee undertake a study into the connection between the Minister of Finance and National Revenue and Alto and the minister's claims that he has recused himself from decisions in government made related to Alto, that for the purpose of this study, the committee invite the following witnesses to appear by May 8th, 2026. 1, Conrad von Finkenstein, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, for 2 hours. Executives from Alto, including CEO Martin Imblot, for 2 hours, and the Minister of Finance and National Revenue for 2 hours. And that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking its study. Now, we did have an amendment when we concluded that was proposed by Mr. Saray to eliminate that line. The line, again, is, and that the committee report to the House that is undertaking this study. I've got I'm not finished yet, so just give me a second. So in light of the Prime Minister's comments this morning, I'm looking forward to a substantive debate on the issue, not a performative debate around this table, and I hope that members will oblige what the Prime Minister said this morning at committees, including this one. I thought we got a little off the rails last night, if you will, on some of the comments that were made. I have Mr. Fergus on the list on the amendment. So, Mr. Fergus, are you ceding your time to Mr. Sarray?
Non. Juste, je veux corriger quelque chose. Ça fait 8 mois qu'on travaille ensemble. Moi, c'est Brassard. Mon nom, c'est Sari et non pas.
My name is Sari and not Mr. Sarray. Mr. Sarray is somebody that's different. So from yesterday, I keep hearing Mr. Sarray, and my name is not Sarray, but Sari.
Do you think after a year I would have got it? But I thought I did. But Mr. Fergus, you are on the amendment, and you last had the floor, so go ahead, sir.
Mais où en étions-nous? Bonjour tout le monde.
But where were we? Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues around the table. Mr. Chair, you made a reference to what the Prime Minister said this morning. But here we're talking about national security, and not here, but we've talked about security and national. So I was in a camera this morning. I didn't have access to my phone, so I'm not aware of what the Prime Minister said, but it doesn't really matter. Mr. Chair, it's quite essential for us, for people who are listening to us this morning, people who are from one end to the other of the country, to listen how things are happening around here. Right now, we are looking at a motion. Is it working now? Are you listening to me? Is translation working now?
Phone was a little bit higher there, Mr. Fergus.
Nos chers interprètes qui nous.
So we now have an exceptional service from interpreters at the House of Commons, a service that's quite essential for all of us, so that each and every one of us can understand and take part of the debates in both official languages. So, as I was saying earlier, Mr. Chair, we are now looking at an amendment to the motion. So why are we considering this amendment? It's because the amendment, as you said it, is the following, and that the committee report to the House that it's undertaking this study. So it looks quite simple, quite easy, but all the parliamentarians around this table know very well that this sentence will create a number of issues. And that could lead to very long and inefficient discussions at the House of Commons. Usually, when a committee like ours look at a file, it's quite normal that we report to the House through you, Mr. Chair, to the House. Doing so, we can have a discussion. We can ask that the government give an answer to our report within a certain time frame. That's quite normal. We don't have to insist on it. If we insist on it, if we write it down, that this invites long discussions, proceedings, parliamentary proceedings, and as I said earlier, that will lead nowhere except waste our time. As you know, some MPs believed, okay, but Mr. Fergus, you are proposing that we don't respect the right of all MPs here to participate in a debate. But Mr. Chair, the system is functioning really well right now. To have Parliament for Parliament to be more efficient, we can have a long discussion. But that's why we created committees. We didn't have to have discussions with all MPs all at the same time. The committees can do the work by themselves. They can examine, they can review, talk about a topic, and then they present a report to the House. And then they will share with all the MPs at the House. And then the House at that time can decide whatever it wants to do with the report. At the very least, if we really want to find a consensus that would be agreeable to everybody, the least we can do is to get rid of that last sentence. And that's why my colleague, Mrs. Church, had proposed this amendment last night. And we hope you will see that we are right. You will endorse this, and this will allow us to work on a different subject later on. Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, and I'll repeat it because I want to be very clear. Can you? What we're trying to do here, Mr. Chair, we are looking at the situation. Why? Because there was newspaper articles that said that the Minister of Finance recused himself and put a firewall to make sure that he was respecting his obligation regarding the act, but he went even further. And the conflict of interest and the Ethics Commissioner said that there was no conflict of interest at all. But the Minister of Finance went even further to make sure that there was no doubt, not even a whiff, no indication that he would contravene the act. He went really much further than he could have. And for a reason that I don't really understand, my colleagues on the other side of the table want to get into witch hunt. It doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense for me. On the one hand, we are looking to punish someone who was doing the right thing, so it doesn't make any sense. But if you have any questions, we have other options that we could look into. First, we could write to the Commissioner to ask him his opinion. So that's the first thing we could do. Mr. Chair, you know what happened? A member of this committee wrote to the Commissioner to ask him to present a report regarding the situation. He published his letter that he sent to the Commissioner, so it's not in the public domain. And from what I understood, or I understand, We haven't received an answer to this letter. But if you don't want to wait the answer, at the very least, we could invite the commissioner to ask questions from him. So point number one of this motion from Mr. Barrett seems to be quite reasonable. But instead of limiting ourselves to that, we keep adding and adding and adding. And we don't know why, what's the reason behind it. And we're inviting Mr. Amblo and other executives from Alto to come here as witnesses. Once again, Mr. Chair, we're wondering why. How does Mr. Amblo, how do the executives from Alto, how can explain to us what are the obligations connected to the act? They don't know. The commissioner is the one who's responsible. So it's very strange to me that we ask the executives and the CEO to come here. And in the past, I've seen at this committee, this committee did invite witnesses, and they're coming from outside of Parliament to be witnesses here. And honestly, I wasn't always convinced that it was very useful, that it bore fruit. But a lot of the people believe that sometimes we are abusing the system to bring witnesses here who are not parliamentarians. So they come here to talk about something that is a political argument. So it doesn't make any sense. And I hope we won't do it. And if we want to modify this motion, it's something else that we could look into. We could improve on it.
Monsieur le Président, on invite le ministre des Finances et du Revenu national pour comparaître. Écoutez, pour moi, ça c'est du fair game. Il est ministre, il est parlementaire. Les parlementaires ont toujours droit à...
I'm on the French channel and I was hearing the English interpretation. I want to hear everything that Mr. Fergus wanted to say. I don't know why this keeps happening, but I keep hearing the interpreter, the English interpreter on the French channel. I don't need to hear the English interpreter. Is the problem solved? I'm sorry, Mr. Thériault. Is the French interpretation working for Mr. Thériault? It's not the French interpretation, but is Mr. Thériault hearing everything on the French channel? Mr. Thériault? Microphone, please. Okay, I can't hear the English interpreter anymore, so that's a good thing. We're okay? Thank you. It should be okay.
You just got to raise your hand. Mr. Fergus, continue, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's normal that a parliamentarian, that a minister would be invited to appear before a parliamentary committee This is someone who has executive responsibilities and who has to be ready at all times to answer questions from parliamentarians, from his colleagues, and to account for his work. And to answer our questions, that he's compliant with the rules. That he's compliant with the rules and the acts that he's subject to. So that's completely normal to me. But there are two things that concern me, and that would be part two. And so we should remove the amendment that's been added to this motion, and that's why we're trying to have it removed. Mr. Chair, it's happened many times. I heard what Mr. Thériault said yesterday, and Mr. Hardy as well. They tried to support certain parts of the motion, but to me, those arguments don't hold water, especially when you take into account all the information, all the measures that were taken by those who are concerned. As I mentioned earlier, we're in a situation where the Minister of Finance and the Minister responsible for national revenue proactively approached the Ethics Commissioner to receive advice. He received advice, which the Commissioner of Conflict of Interest has confirmed publicly and in writing. He went beyond all of that. It leads Canadians to believe, who are looking at this situation, to say, well, what are they doing? It's not like he was trying to hide anything. No, he proactively went to see these agents of Parliament to receive advice, and despite the advice that he received, that there weren't any problems, he went above and beyond what he needed to do. So what's the problem? I don't see what the problem is. Maybe someone can tell me what the problem is. I'll say it in English.
The truth or the actions that were taken or making false equivalences to justify an outcome. Alors pour moi, c'est
So we should look at this situation honestly, clearly. I think that the outcome is quite obvious. That's the reason why I strongly support, Mr. Chair, this amendment, which is to remove the words that the committee report to the House that it's undertaking this study. That way, I think that we can move forward and consider other business. Secondly, it's funny that I bring this up, but Mr. Chair, yesterday, I received an email. This was last night. An email from one of my constituents who wanted to reach out to me. He thought that I'd be available last night for a phone call. He said that he watched this committee live and that when we took a break for in-camera business, he didn't think that we'd come back to discuss business because he thought that according to the schedule, we were going to stop at 5:30 yesterday. But to his surprise, when he received my email, my text message saying that I wouldn't be available, that's when he put two and two together and he realized that business had continued. They decided to meet in camera to discuss in-camera business. So it was a real surprise for him to find out that we continued on the same debate that we had been discussing that day. As I explained, your decision was fully consistent with the rules, but it was a surprise for people who don't understand the inner workings of procedural debates in the House of Commons. The reason why our debate lasted longer than expected is that we want to stop extending things needlessly. We want to stop adding things to the motion that will lead to further extending the debate. I hope that isn't my constituent trying to reach me. How did he get your number? So I'd say that the time has come to put an end to these political games and that we invite the Ethics Commissioner, that we invite, if necessary, the Minister of Finance, and that we remove the elements that won't contribute to our discussion on ministerial responsibilities and on the respect of the Conflict of Interest Act and the Ethics Act. And that we not add procedural elements that can lead to wasting time in the House of Commons. Now, I'm not going to say that this is unusual, because this was brought up on many occasions in the past. But it doesn't mean that because we did it that it was a good thing. If we pass this last sentence at the end of the motion, that can cause hours and hours of debate. Which would be as useful as other sterile debates that we've had in the House of Commons. Now, I know that that's going to upset some of my colleagues. Oh, Mr. Fergus, you were the Speaker. You should respect the rights of all parliamentarians at all times. And I would say, yes, Absolutely. But we also have to be reasonable as MPs. We have to behave responsibly. Just because we have these powers, it doesn't mean that we have to use them at all times. There's another requirement, which is to behave in a reasonable way, worthy of an MP. We shouldn't avoid to ask difficult questions to get to the bottom of things, but there's a way to do it that respects our traditions, our most laudable traditions of our parliament. Mr. Chair, I hope that my colleagues will be in favor of what I'm putting forward. That is to support the motion that we have just introduced. Mr. Chair, I'm going to listen my colleagues' answers. I'd like to be added to your speakers list to be able to respond to my colleagues' answers. I would ask you please to add my name to the list, and I yield the floor.
On the amendment, we are now going to go to Mr. Deschênes-Thériault. Mr. Deschênes-Thériault. Sur l'amendement.
Merci. Oui, donc l'amendement porte sur une question de...
The amendment is on an issue of a report. The idea is to report to the House. I'd like us to take a step back. I wasn't here yesterday, but my colleagues told me about the discussion that you had yesterday and that went fairly late last night. I'd just like to share a few things before discussing whether we should report to the House or not. I have a few things that I'd like to share and perhaps provide a new perspective on the motion. I'd like to talk about the high-speed rail, and that is what the government committed to do a year ago to strengthen our national economy, to build major infrastructure projects that will use Canadian products, that will put Canadians to work, that will have a positive impact on our GDP, and that will benefit our communities and the people of Canada. Yesterday, we saw the results in 3 by-elections where voters gave us once again their confidence to build a stronger economy, a more resilient economy. And that can be achieved through national projects like high-speed rail. That is our priority. On this side of the table, we're looking at implementing those projects. We're not trying to be partisan, to hold things back. We're trying to build things to be better in Canada. How can we give jobs to young people? How can we use our own resources to stimulate the Canadian economy? When we get up in the morning, that's what we have in mind. We want to deliver for Canadians. Unfortunately, when I look at the opposition, I wonder why the opposition is doing petty politics on a project that has the potential of having huge economic benefits for our country. We have to make intergenerational investments that will protect and transform our industries, strengthen our economy, and give Canadians a better future. We saw it in the 2025 budget. We also saw it in a number of initiatives that we've taken since. And I would like to see more cooperation from my colleagues opposite. because large infrastructure projects, that should be a priority that we should all have. We should put partisanship aside. We shouldn't try to impede each other. I'm just trying to understand why this motion was introduced. I'm not sure what it brings to the average Canadian. When I go to my riding in the northwest of New Brunswick, and people ask me, what did you do this week for the people in our riding? I talk about legislative initiatives. I talk about the work we're doing to strengthen the Canadian economy, which will have benefits all across the country, including in my riding. But people don't ask me, well, how much time did you spend talking about these motions, these witch hunt motions? So that's a preamble. I'll get back to that later. But I would like to talk about the following. We have to understand the motion and its implications and what the potential consequences are. We're talking about a project that has significant economic benefits. It's about 51,000 jobs that could be created. There will be work sites, engineering work. There'll be maintenance and modernization of the rails over generations. Each dollar that's invested will create indirect benefits as well. Think of all the SMEs that will benefit from this, all the suppliers, the service suppliers. It's expected that there could be $35 billion in additional economic activity. We're thinking of electronic systems, engineering work, specialized trades. So this is a huge contribution to our economy. We really don't have time for these partisan games. We have to get to work. We have to implement this project as fast as possible.
Point of order, Ms. Jansen.
I'm just wondering, relevant.
I agree with you on that, and I'm going to ask the member to deal specifically with what the amendment is, and that's to strike the last part, and that the committee report to the House that it's undertaking of its study. So I've been listening intently, Mr. Deschênes Ontario, and it sounds like you are completely contrary to the Prime Minister's advice this morning. You're more performative than substantive or relevant to the debate. So I'm going to ask you to get back on track, please. Speak to the amendment.
Je suis un peu surpris par vos propos.
Well, I'm quite surprised.
As we sat here for 7 hours last night with Liberal members talking about the merits of the ALTO program when we're talking about the motion here. So don't be surprised by my proposal here. Get back to the motion.
En fait, je croyais que comme membre du comité, j'ai le droit d'exprimer mon opinion.
Well, I thought I was able, as an MP, to be able to say what I'm saying. If I want to say that I'm surprised by something that I'm hearing, I think that what I'm thinking is quite pertinent, it's quite relevant. I didn't know that I was limited in... No, I'm trying to answer. I'm quite surprised. I didn't know I was limited to what I could say here. This being said, and I think that I have right, I'm quite surprised. So in the amendment, we're talking about reporting to the House. So reporting to the House, yes or no? But what are we talking about? We're talking about ALTO. We're talking about bringing the CEO and some executives from ALTO. And when I say something, I'm wondering, okay, what are we going to report to the House? What's going to be in the report? What are the strong points of this all? Well, it has a direct connection with the amendment. Do we want to inform or to report to the House? Because the time of the MPs, with 343 of us, we are all very busy. The House is on a schedule. We have a lot of priorities, a lot of files to deal with. Other committees want also to report to the House. So I don't want to give information or report to the House for something that's not relevant. So should we report? Should we not report? we have to basically know what kind of information we need to report to the House. So the motion is something about the train here, the Alto train. So if you allow me, I will keep going. So we talk about the implication, the economic implications to the Canadian economy. So we could wonder.
Go ahead, Mr. Lawton, on your point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I haven't heard the entire remarks of the member, and I don't feel I've been missing much. But I'm not sure what the economic benefits are of whether to report something to the House or not, which is what I understood we were supposed to be debating right now.
Yeah, we are debating an amendment to the motion to remove that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking this study. I've made this point several times today. I've also made this point many times last night, that we are sticking to the amendment on the motion. We are not discussing the merits of the Alto program. If you want to do that, go to Transportation Committee. That's not what we're discussing here. So get back to it, to the amendment, please.
Merci.
And be a little more substantive and relevant to the debate, please, as the Prime Minister has stated this morning.
Donc, l'objectif, en fait, je vais répéter.
So I will repeat what I said earlier, because my colleague said that he didn't understand everything. So I want to make sure that he's fully aware. So I'm going to repeat what I said earlier. Because for the House, as I said earlier, each MP is very busy. And as a member of a committee, we have to make sure that when we report to the House, that report has to be relevant. So now we're talking about an amendment, and the amendment is, should we report to the House or not? And when you read the main motion, we talked about inviting the CEO of Alto. And I'm just wondering, okay, the report to the House, what's going to be in it? The witnesses, what are they going to bring to this discussion? So before we decide whether we report or not to the House, we have to think and say, okay, how relevant are the testimonies going to be? So now I'm talking about the economic implications. I'd like to talk about the environment. I'd like to talk about social benefits. I'd like to be talking about so many different aspects. I'm just giving you my first example here, but there are so many others. We have to think what could be in the report, how useful is it going to be? What could be in the report? And then when we know what's in the report, then we can decide whether it's relevant to report to the House or not. So I hope that our debate is going to help us to better understand and why I want to have a deeper understanding of what should be in the report or not before we decide whether we should report to the House or not. So when we talk about another elements here, okay, let's see. Let's see about productivity gains, okay? If you go from Montreal to Toronto, or Montreal to Quebec, okay, it would be about 90 minutes to go from one city to the next. That's going to change a lot of things for a lot of people, for a lot of SMEs, for a lot of workers. And a study was published recently that such a train would increase productivity in the country. And I agree with the conclusions here. If you are a highly qualified engineer, for example, and you need to work from one city to the other, and if you have an expert, somebody is working in Toronto, Montreal, or Quebec, and this expert could take the train in the morning and go back to his place or at home in the evening, and he will be able to go to meetings and share his expertise with other people. So we're talking about productivity gains here, production efficiencies, and it's essential for all our companies in Canada. We want to reinforce the Canadian economy. We want to make sure that trade between the provinces be more efficient. We want companies to be able to work on the same playing field. It's quite hard, basically. We want to make sure that we can bring the workers together, that we bring more efficiencies to the way we're working. And if you have better opportunities for the SMEs, for the companies, well, you will attract more investments. You know, a company will invest in such a corridor.
Appel de règlement, Monsieur Thériault.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je vous trouve.
Mr. Chair, I find you very patient. At least 2 or 3 times now you have called the MP to order, and he doesn't seem to understand the motion and the amendment of the motion, which is what we've been discussing for at least 7 hours if we don't count the time from today. Could you explain to him the motion and the amendment once again, so that once and for all he can speak relevantly to the topic at hand? Thank you, Mr. Thériault. Thank you for the for that reminder.
Right. You're right, I am being very patient with this. For 7 hours last night, I made it very clear what we were dealing with, that this is the Ethics Committee of Parliament, that we're dealing with a motion related to ethics. We're not dealing with a motion related to the value or the virtue of the ALTO system. There have been several occasions where I've suggested that if members want to argue that they can go to the Transportation Committee. We are dealing with a motion, again, that the committee undertake a study into the connection between the Minister of Finance and National Revenue and ALTO, and the minister's claims that he has recused himself from decisions his government made related to ALTO. That for the purpose of this study, the committee invite the following witnesses to appear by May 8th. The Ethics Commissioner for 2 hours, executives from ALTO, including CEO Martin Imblot for 2 hours, and the Minister of Finance and National Revenue for 2 hours. Now, the amendment that's on the floor is to strike the last part of this motion, and that is that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking the study. That is the amendment that we were on, proposed by Mr. Sari. So I am going to ask that all members follow the advice of the Prime Minister this morning, and that is, he said that we were going to not be performative, that we were going to be substantive, there was going to be less showboating and more substance. And I'm not seeing much of that. I'm seeing a lot of showboating and a lot less substance to the motion and the amendment that we are dealing with. So you're right, Mr. Thériault, I have been patient, but as I explained last night, late last night, after 7 hours of this filibuster, I have no procedural tools to stop what is happening. The only thing that I can do is to try to bring this back on track and get to the amendment that we're at, and I've been doing my best to do that, Mr. Thériault, and I appreciate your patience as well. Mr. Deschênes Thériault, you have the floor. I would like you to get back to the amendment, please.
Oui, merci. Et avant de retourner à l'amendement, j'aimerais, parce que quand même certains commentaires.
Thank you. And I would like to speak to a few comments that were made about me. They weren't very cordial. I would invite you to be respectful towards others. Insinuating that the MP doesn't understand the motion at hand, I don't find that very kind. I mean, I heard what you had to say, and that's not relevant to the debate. I think we should focus on arguments rather than, making personal comments, and that's coming from my colleague, who I do respect, moreover. Now, the chair of the committee, if I may, if you can understand what I'm saying, then you'll better understand where I'm headed. I'd like to reiterate that what we're talking about is knowing if we're reporting to the House of Commons or not. We are all busy parliamentarians. We all have schedules. And before deciding if we're going to send new information to the chamber and if we report to the chamber, I think it's our responsibility to decide if it's relevant for us to make this report or not. And that's what we're debating, because the main motion here mentions the high-speed train. And to decide whether we're amending it or not, well, this is directly connected to the main motion. So, as I'm saying, I want to reflect on what kind of content from the main motion we would include, and then make an informed decision as to whether or not we wish to report to the chamber. So yes, I can read the motion and understand it, and understand the sub-amendment. So if I may, I'd like to continue. I was talking, Mr. Chair, point of order. The MP is demonstrating that he doesn't understand the motion. Can you please remind him? Because the motion indicates that we're going to report to the chamber that we're undertaking this study. That's what's said here. He's speaking as if we have to determine right now what should be in the report, whereas what we're going to report is that we are undertaking the study. Mr. Chair, MPs who are legislators and the executive doesn't like having an agenda imposed on them, and today they are in the service of the executive and not of the legislative arm. And when we have a debate over 7 hours, well, no one's pretending here, Mr. Chair, when we're being respectful, you know, we're not the ultimate authority. We respect debate, and I would invite my colleague to respect the debate if he's for or against the amendment. It's quite straightforward. We all have busy agendas, as he was saying, and we don't have any time to waste with all of these goings-ons.
I don't think I need to add to what you said. Short of repeating it, I think it was well said. Hopefully the intention was received of what you said. Recommencer, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur.
You may resume. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree that we have no time to waste, and that's why I think that with this project, like a high-speed train, a project with potential to transform the Canadian economy and have a major impact on all the areas close to the line of its trajectory, this would be positive spin-offs for the whole country. So we don't have any time to waste. And I think with the motion that we have before us, well, you know, this is just partisanship that is wasting our time. And I'd like to remind you of something. As parliamentarians, our job is to serve Canadians, and we have accepted to reinforce the Canadian economy. And last night, in three ridings, a trust was renewed in our party to implement this mandate, including in ridings where the race was close, and I think the majority in the surveys, it was shown that most Canadians and Quebecers as well are for the project. And I think it'll be interesting to hear from the different MPs, including those who were elected last night, to hear what they heard about the Alto project. So speaking, I think that when it comes to this motion, yes, it's true that we shouldn't waste time and play political games, and we should do what Canadians elected us to do, which is to deliver the goods. I'll come back to the motion. So the committee, and I'll reread it because it's as if, well, the notice is that the motion reads that the committee undertake a study into the connection between the Minister of Finance and National Revenue and Alto and the minister's claim that he has recused himself from decisions. My apologies. I went too quickly. I apologize to the interpreters. I'll go back to a slower pace. I didn't want to waste any time, so I was thinking of my colleagues' time, and that's why I was at a bit of a rush. But I will go back to a more reasonable pace so I can respect our charming interpreters who are doing an excellent job to make sure that our debate can be heard in both official languages. So, we talk about the people that would be invited, and at the end it mentions that the committee report to the House that is undertaking the study. I'm sitting on this committee, And I'm here, and my colleagues are asking, well, what are you going to do in this study? Are you going to reflect on the project? What are you going to talk about? What are the spin-offs? Well, I want to be able to answer those questions properly. I think it's interesting to study the overall picture here. When I talk about the spin-offs of this high-speed train project, well, that's what I'm doing. I'm thinking about the bigger picture that this motion is part of. If we look at the bigger picture, if we don't look into the bigger picture, we might vote for something without taking into account the ramifications. The project that is at hand here, if I may continue, because I'm only at my first page and I do have several pages of things to say on the matter. I'm not even on page 2 yet. So when it comes to the economic spin-offs, for this project, attracting investment and regional development. This is going to mean economic vibrancy for regions that are along this corridor, and it will enhance tourism, and it will facilitate access to big cities as well as areas outside of major cities. And we're talking about traveling from one end to the other. We hope that Canadians can visit all areas of Canada. There's the Strong Canada Pass that's there, moreover, to encourage visits to our national parks and so on. I've got the botanical gardens in my writing. We really want Canadians to discover our country. And a high-speed train, well, that's critical for tourism if we want to encourage more people to visit and make travel easier. Before I was an MP, I had the opportunity to travel to many areas of the world, and I was in Japan, and it was possible to take the high-speed train and go from one place to another very quickly, and I could visit, and I visited a number of Japanese cities and therefore learned about their culture. I saw touristic sites, and if it hadn't been for that high-speed train, well, I didn't have a lot of time, and I would have had to make choices.
Are we now talking about Japan? Like, this is not the amendment?
Yeah, so... Ms. Jansen, again, I am going to agree with you and suggest that we get back on the amendment to the motion that has been proposed, and the amendment again is that the committee report to the House that is undertaking the study. I'm going to be frank that the showboating and lack of substance here on this amendment is really getting frustrating, and I would suggest that members get back to what the amendment is. On the same point of order, Mr. Lawton, go ahead.
I think you're doing a bang-up job given the circumstances, Mr. Chair, but I do believe you have it in your discretion when there is a repeated refusal to stick to the topic at hand, as has been the case even in the short time I've been here.
It can be deemed as disruptive, and I understand that, and I cannot allow the floor to the member. I'm not at that point right now. But if it does become increasingly disruptive, and that we're not relevant to the point of the motion and the amendment that we're discussing, I may actually invoke that power. So thank you.
Merci, merci de la question.
Thank you for the question and for the request to be more precise. I'll be more relevant. When I talked about Japan, of course, we're talking about a high-speed train in Canada. I'm very aware of that, but I wanted to just give an example of how the tourism sector in Japan benefited from their train, and I was speaking to my past experience when traveling in other countries where there was a high-speed train. I saw the opportunities for the tourism sector, economic opportunities, and so I had the opportunity to visit those countries and see that myself. I just wanted to give those as an example. I don't want to discuss high-speed trains in Japan per se. I wanted to say why a high-speed train can be an asset for the tourism sector and for the economy of a country. And I mentioned Japan simply because I wanted to give you an example, a real-life example. When we talk about the high-speed train, I mentioned the importance of understanding the bigger picture in which this motion has been made. There are economic spin-offs, yes, but we also have to reflect on environmental benefits, because there's, climate protective measures that are quite ambitious, and putting in place a high-speed train could support us in that process. We know that bringing down greenhouse gases is possible thanks to high-speed trains because that replaces vehicles. When we talk about an energy transition, well, that's a concrete example of how we can stimulate the Canadian economy, encourage certain sectors, get our Canadian workers jobs, and facilitate travel, among other things. All of that would contribute to us meeting our climate change objectives. Then there's also the matter of traffic congestion. If we had a high-speed train, that would facilitate travel between cities. People will have the choice between using their vehicle or a reliable and fast option to go from one city to another. I mentioned earlier 90 minutes, Quebec City and Montreal. But of course, there are a lot of people who would choose a high-speed train if that were an option instead of their car. And that could really help with traffic jams. So this is a positive impact for the environment. And if we think of bringing down noise pollution, protecting the land, this would really contribute to meeting national and international climate change objectives because we're not the only country in the world in this situation. Other countries have similar objectives. We have partners around the world. And I think that we are world leaders in this matter. And with large-scale projects like this one, I'd say we'd be able to show that we can meet those objectives. And if we think of all of the benefits for the mobility of Canadians, this will have a considerable impact on enhancing mobility within the country, a dramatic reduction in travel time, and we'll be able to get from, between Montreal and Toronto, Quebec City and Montreal in just a few short hours. This will really make a huge difference, yes, for tourism, but also for our businesses and our workers. I'll give you another real-life example from my past experience. When I was studying, I had the opportunity to spend one semester in France, and they had the high-speed train.
Go ahead.
We now seem to be talking about this member's time in France. I wonder if we could get back to the motion.
I'm going to accept that as a point of order, deal with the amendment, or else I will invoke my authority under Section 20.110, Chapter 20 of the Committee Rules of Procedure. So stick to the amendment, please.
Oui, donc au niveau de l'amendement, le lien est...
Yes, as for the amendment, the connection was the ability to go after academic institutions. And I'm using that example because the high-speed train in France, well, we talk about mobility, it allows us to facilitate travel. I talked about the tourism sector and workers, but we could also think of two universities. Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it is very clear that given the number of warnings you have issued to the MP, it is clear that he is not willing to abide by your warnings and advice. And I know that you are very, very patient. You've said 3 times now that you would exercise your right to invoke the rules. And I think we're at that stage. It's quite clear, Mr. Chair, that the MP has come here with his papers and wanting to demonstrate that the Alto project would be the 9th wonder of the world, but that's not what we're talking about. He talked about a witch hunt earlier. And he referred to the witch hunt and so on, but he's exaggerating, in my opinion, Mr. Chair. And I think that it is time that you exercise your rights.
Merci, Monsieur Thériault.
I'm not at this point prepared to do that, but if the relevance of this issue is not brought to where it needs to be, and that there is a more non-substantive debate on the what we actually are debating, which is the amendment, and this this continues, then I am considering it, but I'm not prepared to do that at this point, Mr. Terrio, and I appreciate your intervention on that. But if this disruption continues, then we're going to have to I'm going to have to make a decision. So, carry on, Mr. Duchesne Terrio.
Merci beaucoup. Et en fait,
Thank you very much. I'd like to respond to my colleague. When I show up with my papers, it's because I like to be prepared for debate. I am interested in what's being studied at committee, and I like to be well prepared. So, yes, I do have notes and papers with me, but I think it's because I'd like to, follow the thread of my arguments, and I'd like to have them handy. So when I have papers in front of me, the idea is to do my job well, be prepared, and have content that I can refer to if need be. As for the motion, Mr. Chair, I think the question can be asked, do we wish to inform the Chamber that we're going to undertake a study that is more or less a witch hunt and which leads to us wasting our time, whereas we should be concentrating on building the Canadian economy and building national scale projects? In my opinion, we should be focusing on how we can fulfill this project as quickly as possible rather than debating a motion like this at the committee. What I'm going to do, I know my colleagues have other points to make, and I don't want to abuse the time allotted to me, so I'll hand it over to somebody else, but I would like to be added to the speakers list because I've got other points to make later. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I will put your name back on the speakers list. And the next speaker will be Mr. Sari. On the amendment, please. Only on the amendment, please. May I raise something, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, the power appears to be out on this side of the room. If we're going to stay in this room, could we have some sort of solution? Is there any solution in place for us for our devices and whatnot?
I'm glad you brought that to my attention. It's the first time I've heard about it. Somebody trip a breaker or something? So why don't I, before we start with Mr. Sadi, I'm going to...
You bored the outlets.
I'm just going to suspend for a minute until we fix this. with some of the power in the room, that's been resolved. We're moving into hour 8 of debate on a motion, and I'm going to read the motion again to remind members that the committee undertake a study into the connection between the Minister of Finance and National Revenue in Alto and the minister's claims that he has recused himself from decisions his government made related to Alto, that for the purpose of this study, the committee invite the following witnesses to appear by May 8th, the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner for 2 hours, executives from Alto, including CEO Martin Imblot for 2 hours, and the Minister of Finance and National Revenue for 2 hours. We are on an amendment, and the amendment removes the last line of the motion and says that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking this study. That amendment has been proposed by Mr. Sari, and again, we are moving into hour number 8. I'm hoping that this can be resolved soon, and that we, as the Prime Minister said this morning, that committee work be substantive and relevant to the debate, and I'm asking that continue to the motion. He also said that we are going to have less showboating and more substance. So I would like to see less showboating and more substance on the amendment. Mr. Sari, you are starting hour number 8 on this. Go ahead, sir.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yesterday, I really reflected on the amendment that I tabled last night. What led me to table it in this way? Well, it's totally in line with what our Prime Minister said today. The Prime Minister of this new government, who is asking us to be cooperative. Because when I read the motion, I think that yesterday I took the time to be very clear, and I spoke to the benefits of the project. But on the other side of the room, the understanding of how we do things is clearly not welcomed by Canadians. And we saw that clearly in the results of last night's elections, by-elections. And clearly the priorities are not well understood. Mr. Greg, my different colleagues here next to me, I think they also wanted to express that clearly. But on the other side, there is a desire to not listen to what Canadians have understood. However, for a project that is this important, and I won't go back to the amendment, but this is a very interesting project. And of course, this puts, other countries ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Lawton, on your point of order.
We are supposed to be speaking about the finance minister and his profound conflict of interest lapses and ethical lapses here at the Ethics Committee. Unless that is the project that Mr. Sari is referring to, I don't see how this has any bearing on the motion or the amendment.
Yeah, and again, we're trying to deal with substance here and something that's relevant to the debate. Trying to keep it on track. It's clear that some members aren't prepared to discuss that. I'm asking again, and this is probably the, 50th time that I've asked in the last 8 hours of debate, that we stay on the amendment to the motion, and that is to remove the last line. That's what I'm asking. So continue, please. Thank you, Mr. Lawton.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think my colleague on the other side of the room wasn't there yesterday. I don't think he really knows what we're discussing, as Mr. Fergus said earlier. I think. I'm not sure what he just said, but once again, what Mr. Fergus had said yesterday, well, I had colleagues, MPs, people who were chosen yesterday who believed that the debate on this matter was suspended and that maybe we would resume on Thursday or at another time, but they were very interested in listening to it. And but it was a surprise to me when he called last night and said, well, where are things at? And I said, I can't give you an answer, but I'm still at committee. And so they were surprised, like a number of citizens who are interested in the topic. And my colleague there doesn't know. It was suspended following the request of Mr. Barrette, and that it was resumed. It was a surprise following the request of Mr. Hardy. That's a very important detail because we are debating. We're explaining and trying to understand the motion. Why is it here for such an interesting project in the interest of the public and the economy, for universities and so on? And at some point, somebody said, no, we're not going to talk about that because we have something else to do in camera. People left. MPs disconnected. No one listened. And at some point, things resumed. And that was out of the blue. And I'm not questioning your decision from yesterday, Mr. Chair. You probably did that according to your understanding. I'm not doubting that. It was your understanding, and even if I didn't have the same understanding. And you have that right, and you did your job. But there are people who no longer had the ability to follow the debate. And there are people now who couldn't have followed because once debate is stopped, because it was suspended, that was it. That was the end. And so that didn't align with the rest. I think it's important to repeat that for those who are here this morning because they didn't go through the 7 hours that we spent together. The Prime Minister talks about cooperation.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Theriault. I would just like to make sure there's no confusion. I am sitting here, and I haven't been replaced since the beginning of the debate at 3:30 yesterday. For a parliamentarian to say that that colleagues don't understand the debate because they weren't there, well, I hope that excludes me in any case. But I would like to point out that that is the case for a colleague, Mr. Theriault. I'd like to ask that we get back to the debating the motion and the amendment. We can't do indirectly what needs to be done directly. And it's been a number of times now, Mr. Chair. The Liberal colleagues have been saying that they don't call into question your decision, but they keep coming back to the decision that you made, implying that it was a strange decision. There was only one thing to do, which is call it into question and reverse the decision. We are facing dilatory measures here. This is a filibuster, and it's very unfortunate. I understand your point of order. You are right to say that today.
You know, the other thing that the Prime Minister said this morning is to have respectful debate. And if one member calls into question another member's capacity to understand what's going on, I would determine that that's not respectful, and you know, constitutes a little bit of showboating and maybe relevance to the debate at hand. I do agree with Mr. Theriault on this, and I would ask that Mr. Sari get back to the amendment of the motion. And if he needs me to read that to him again, I will. But I think he understands. I think he understands clearly where we're at here. So, Mr. Sari, continue, please.
I will continue while respecting the debate, and this should be a two-way respect. Whether that's me, a new elected official, or Mr. Thériault, because we have equal seats and our seniority doesn't give us any advantage nor any superiority over others when it comes to addressing another elected MP. On the amendment itself, let's go back to what the Prime Minister said. I was very cooperative. I was very cooperative yesterday when I went through point by point, and I said that I didn't agree with those 3 points, that we invite the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, that we invite the ALTO management, that we invite the Minister of Finance and National Revenue of Canada. I didn't agree with these 3 points, and I said, there you are. We can be open, cooperative. This is my amendment. I'm speaking to the amendment. And I said that Mr. Barrette tabled this motion, but in the meantime, you have to know what happened. And he wrote, rightly, because he has experience, to the commissioner. He thought it was relevant, and it is very relevant, to write to the ethics commissioner, the person who has the most knowledge and experience in this area. However, because his objective, and it's not only his objective, but the objective of his colleagues, is to have, to get clips, which is not our objective, because we want to debate this motion substantively. But before even having the commissioner's response, he said, no, this is an exceptional opportunity to have a short, clip, so I better table a motion. He could have, and this is my opinion, when he doesn't agree and we see the result, he could have waited at least for the commissioner to respond to him, unless he did receive an answer and we're not aware. Publicly, what we know is that he wrote to the commissioner, but what we don't know is, did the commissioner answer him or not? Would it not have been relevant to at least wait to hear from the commissioner who is in charge of matters dealing with conflicts of interest or perceptions of conflict of interest? Would that have been a good idea to wait? And then he could have said, this is something we could put forward. I heard Mr. Barrette, and I heard Mr. Harry, and I heard Mr. Thériault. What they said were things based on hypothetical matters. And since I was elected and since I've been sitting on this committee, well, the goals on both sides of the room are not the same. It's not the same on both sides of the room. For some people, they just want to get, clips. And on the other side of the room, we want to make sure that Canadians trust their institutions and that Canadians understand that there are procedures that need to be followed and that Canadians understand that there is a commissioner here who can manage and that the experts who come here say very clearly and unexceptionally that our ethics system, and when it comes to conflicts of interest, and when it comes to the appearance of conflicts of interest, is one of the best models in the world. A commissioner within one of the best systems in the world, well, yes, a motion was tabled, and why? Well, because there's desire to to have a quick media clip available. There are two sides. There are two ways to manage MPs. There are two types of MPs. There are MPs who wish to cooperate. I accepted things that I didn't even agree with. I deleted something because I felt that it was yet another, loss of time for this committee. And I cooperate, like the Prime Minister said. And now, when we wish to debate it and explain it, we're being stopped. We're being told, well, you don't understand. Well, you know what? Those who understand the best, Mr. Chair, those are our constituents. And yesterday, constituents reiterated once again that the way we do things on this side of the room is the most relevant way. And you see, since the 80s, we didn't have Terrebonne. And the people of Terrebonne, who will be affected by this project, supported our side of the table because our objective is not sound bites or sound clips. It's because we are much more in fact, they like the way we do things. Canadians see the leadership, they see the projects we propose, and they want people who have the ability to really manage well and take risks. They don't want people who are just after sound bites, but they do want people who are interested in transparency. I've got a point of order, Mr. Sari. Mr. Chair. They don't seem very interested in the matter we're debating. We're sitting here. This amendment deals with a very straightforward matter: determine whether or not Mr. Barrett's motion should be presented to the chamber or not. I don't know how it could be any clearer than that. You've been very clear, Mr. Chair. I've talked about that a number of times, Mr. Lawton. I've asked to speak to the amendment, but the debate has taken a number of tangents, and I'd like us to speak to the amendment, Mr. Sari.
Si on revient sur
If we get back to the amendment, the difference is the matter is, do we report to the House that the committee is undertaking this study? I don't agree with that. The other team is not in agreement with that, and I'll explain why. I'll explain why I want to delete that from the motion. I'll explain why this amendment exists. We want to move projects forwards, ones that we think are relevant, not just us. The population, Canadians, also think it's relevant, and they have entrusted us for this reason. The House has a lot of projects that it wishes to push forward quickly, but that are solid. And the committee, moreover, is there to help us to free up the time of parliamentarians in the House of Commons so that we can help bills to move forward, projects to move forward, and not to debate the things that we've been debating since this morning. So my amendment holds water. I did accept the 3 points here, even if I don't agree with them. Why don't I agree with the 3 points? Because in the motion, Mr. Alton wasn't there, nor Ms. Allison, but there were some people there. But when we brought in witnesses and we asked them questions, I was uncomfortable in a number of cases. Not all, of course, thankfully, but in most cases, I was uncomfortable with the way we were asking them questions, trying to get them to say things that they didn't really want to. And that's because the objective is sound bites. Point of order, Mr. Chair. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Theriault. Mr. Sari is implying that we have heard from witnesses. We didn't hear from any witnesses in relation to this motion, so I don't know what he's talking about. Can you please bring him back to the amendment and the motion? He's referring to, in fact, I have no idea what. Thank you very much. I understand that Mr. Sari is speaking about witnesses who had appeared in the past during other meetings, but not in connection to this motion. I would ask Mr. Sari return to the amendment, please. I think Mr. Theriault is right. I think I expressed myself wrongly. I was speaking to past meetings where I was present and where I was here. I was talking about the way we treated some witnesses. I was uncomfortable with that. It wasn't at every meeting, but there were a few, and I was uncomfortable. And that's why I hope that when we bring back, the management of Alto, for example, or something, that won't happen again. When it comes to the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, we're summoning him, and an email was sent, and we don't know the answer to the email. That's why I was uncomfortable with that, the fact of calling him before the committee. Now, when we talk about the Minister of Finance and National Revenue and having the minister come for 2 hours, 2 hours, rather, pardon me. On this point, once again, I'd like to explain why I'm uncomfortable with that. Some people thought that the minister recused himself, but yesterday, Mr. Hardy, when he explained what recusing oneself is, but he did explain that, but he didn't explain why the minister recused himself. He didn't recuse himself because the Conflict of Interest Commissioner asked him to do it. No. He decided to recuse himself, but the commissioner did not request that, and that's important to specify. So he went even further than what was requested. So on these 3 points, and I explained why I'm uncomfortable with this, but even then I cooperated, and even then I was open-minded, and even now I am willing. But once again, let's allow the House of Commons to do its work and to be more efficient and for the work to be more relevant. And let's focus on the work for which the committee was established. My amendment, it's not that I want to delete something or anything like that. We're doing this work. And we were appointed to this committee to do that work, and all the better, and I'm very proud of that. But at the same time, why add this way of doing things, except for the fact that, and this is the difference between the two sides of the room, unless it's because, once again, people are after sound bites. Well, if you want sound bites, let me tell you, this is not what's motivating my desire to be an MP. I want, for young people who listen to us and less young people who listen to us, I want them to trust our institutions. We want to tell them that, yes, there are things that need to be corrected and improved, and we must always review procedures. But nonetheless, people who are, around the world or different provinces, people have told us that we have one of the best systems around the world. We're compared to the best democracies around the world. People come here to learn how we work, and I'm proud when I travel around the world. I'm proud to say I'm a member of the Canadian Parliament because we have a system for conflict resolution, and ours is one of the most relevant in the world. And what's happening right now? We are implying, we are giving the perception. In fact, this is, leading to people, this is creating doubt. And I'm not hiding this. There are a number of young people, unfortunately, who are leaving politics and who are leaving institutions who don't trust the institutions. Is that helping this cause when we have this kind of behavior, people after sound bites here and there? No, of course not. No, this is just, creating doubt. And I find that very unfortunate. In fact, it's deplorable because the people doing this have experience. They have political experience, and they want to play those games. But you know what? You've been playing that game for years now. And we saw the result even that much clearly yesterday. And I reiterated that in a riding where the Alto project will pass through and where we confirmed that people trust the way we do things on this side of the room, and they do not trust the other side where people are after sound bites. One can have exceptional experience and enjoy being a parliamentarian, but you can also lose people's trust, and that's what happened once again yesterday in Terrebonne. So on that note, Mr. Chair, I think that I was speaking to the motion. I was talking about two different ways of doing business. One way is after sound bites, and the other way is after collaboration, working together, moving projects forward, the way Madame Lapointe, Mr. Ferguson, Ms. Church were discussing. And even I yesterday, when talking about this project, I am proud of being part of this. These are two completely different ways of doing things. When you talk about cooperation, I hope you see that I'm cooperating through this amendment, and I hope we'll have cooperation from the other side of the room. I'm cooperating on points that I'm uncomfortable with. I said yes. But at some point, if you want to talk about cooperation, moreover, everything that starts with communication, cooperation, collaboration, all of those things are two-way. You need at least two people. You can't just have it, being done by one side of the room, Mr. Chair. And we're getting the trust of citizens more and more because they see that we're open and we're collaborative. And that is the reason why I'm seeing people more and more on the other side of the room who are crossing the floor over to our side because they can see that cooperation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your patience.
Ms. Church, I have you next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleagues for helping us have a very thorough consideration of this motion and of the amendment in particular. I know that this committee has been at this for some time. I feel like since we first met yesterday, we have covered quite a bit of ground, both on this motion, also on other motions that we've brought forward, and some in-camera work as well. So I do know that this, I think, has a tendency to test the patience of the committee, but I think it's important that we get this right, and I think that's important that we have a full airing of the various factors that determine how we look at this motion and how we proceed and its implications that it might have. Mr. Chair, when I initially spoke to this motion yesterday evening, I talked a little bit about the considerations on what would be relevant, pertinent for us to think about if this committee were to report to the House. With that as the subject of the amendment right now, we're obviously just, as my colleagues have mentioned, we're looking at striking, we've proposed striking that final sentence from Mr. Barrett's motion, and that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking the study. It may feel like we are dedicating a lot of time to that amendment here, but I think we have to look at that in the context of the work that the House is doing as well, because it's been a major concern of mine that, first of all, as a committee, we aren't pulled off in a new direction when we have such, I think, an important agenda ahead of us as this committee. We have motions right now, committee studies that we have lined up on important topics, from privacy to a lobbying review to algorithmic pricing, continuing on our study of artificial intelligence. We have much work to do, and the use of time in this regard is particularly important. When I think about the House, I think about the, if I'm not mistaken, over 150 bills that are in Parliament this session, Mr. Chair, 25 of which are government bills, but all of these bills making their way through both houses, requiring a certain amount of precious parliamentary time in committee and in the House and in the Senate. And a part of our responsibility as parliamentarians, but particularly as members of a committee, is to allocate our use of time in a way that respects Parliament's function, that respects our democratic traditions, and ensures that we are truly advancing the agenda that Canadians would want to see us advance. So when I think about this particular amendment that calls on this committee to report to the House that it is merely undertaking the study, it's a suggestion that raises concerns in my mind. Concerns about the misuse of time, concerns about whether the House is actually better served not by a study that would merely inform the House that this committee was undertaking a study, but a report that would actually come at the end of a study on Alto, that the House would actually be better served by a thorough report.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. There's a technical problem. What problem? is that, Mr. Theriault? Well, the interpreter was just mentioning that there's a phone that keeps vibrating and that is keeping them from doing their job properly. Is it in the interpretation booth?
Okay. Who's got a phone that's vibrating?
Seems to be on that side, I think.
On this side here? No? Colin? No? Okay. Just make sure your phones are on silent, please. It's got to be close to the microphone, otherwise they wouldn't be hearing it. Okay, so just make sure it's on silent. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was saying, my main concern is about the use of time and whether or not the House would be better served by a thorough report on Alto, by a substantive report on Alto, to quote the Prime Minister's word of the moment, rather than a report that would simply seek to inform the House that it is undertaking the study. A study that I'm concerned about is a distraction when it comes to the progress of a major nation-building project like the Alto high-speed rail. If we were to report to the House, typically we would require witness testimonies. We would require a discussion around which witnesses the committee would hear, and we would have time allocated for consideration of that testimony before we report. Typically, in our Westminster parliamentary tradition, when a committee reports, it follows a period where a committee creates recommendations, recommendations that the House can then consider, that the government can then respond to. It follows a period of deliberation on the path forward. In this case, with high-speed rail, how would this project proceed? What would the role of the Major Projects Office be? How do we get this project from the idea of high-speed rail where we're at today to a transit system that is effective for countless Canadians on this corridor? There are many considerations when we think about how this project can go from the planning phase it's in today to an actual operational train that is meeting what Canadians expect and want from a high-speed rail service. But without those recommendations, we really have a naked report. We have a report that is simply misusing House time at a time when the House has the opportunity to consider a whole host of other legislation that is important, that's been put forward by the government, that's been put forward by private members' bills, that are at a stage deserving of debate. So I worry about that. A report must also typically, Mr. Chair, be relevant. When we know what the context of the study is, when we know what the outcomes of a study is, when we have the recommendation, that helps us to determine whether there is relevancy to the question of whether a committee reports to the House. I certainly don't believe that we have fulfilled that precondition here. We don't have agreement on the scope of a study. In fact, on this side of the table, we would wholeheartedly disagree with the pursuit of this particular study that my colleagues across the table have proposed here. So in the absence of a study that we agree on, and in the absence of a study where we have done our due diligence of having an evidentiary record, of having witnesses that both sides have contributed to and agreed to and heard out, before we have that substantive work in place, it is inappropriate for us to be considering asking this committee to report to the House merely that it is undertaking a study. You know, reports presented when a committee has completed a study or after reviewing a bill are far more common in our parliamentary process. When we wish, as parliamentarians, to make recommendations on a subject that the House can consider or that the government can respond to, this particular phase of discussion around this motion, Mr. Chair, feels much more like an administrative update, a notice to the House that we are considering pursuing a study that has yet to materialize or to have a full scope or mandate around. Typically, committees don't report administrative proceedings back to the House. So it seems unusual to me that we would be so divided in terms of our approach to this particular sentence of Mr. Barrett's motion. Now, I say that knowing full well that when a committee reports, it is at the discretion of the committee. It is discretionary by nature. But, Mr. Chair, I think that just makes it all that much more incumbent on us to consider whether or not this is a good use of the committee's discretion to pursue a meaningless report at an inopportune time to gum up the proceedings of the House and Parliament. That does not seem to me to be a good use of this committee's discretion, and certainly one that I don't think I or my colleagues would support, which is why you're hearing today the concerns that we continue to raise. When I think about, and Mr. Chair, you and other members have raised this, when I think about the Prime Minister's comments this morning that we need to be getting back to substantive debate, what he said at the time was that there's a difference between real testimony, real substance, getting to issues, debating aspects of law, and showboating. That's the substance that the Prime Minister is talking about. Real testimony, real substance, getting to issues, debating aspects of law. None of that has been fulfilled at this stage of consideration of this motion. And I would go further to say that Mr. Barrett's motion on the whole, with or without this amendment, fails to live up even to that test of offering Canadians a chance to get at the issues or to debate aspects of law of real substance. Because if it were, we would be looking much more closely at the progress of high-speed rail and the progress of Alto and debating its economic benefits, debating the process to build it, debating how Canada should invest in major infrastructure projects like Alto at a time when we are trying to ensure that we have a strong economy, resiliency, and sovereignty, and demonstrating to Canadians that we can build again.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Lawton, with your point of order.
I think, and I appreciate where Ms. Church is coming from on some of this. I think in the spirit of collaboration, what she's saying here about the reporting element is that you can't report without hearing more witnesses. I would be open, as would our colleagues, to an amendment if she would like to hear witnesses on Liberal corruption and cronyism. If that's what she's saying, we need to hear witness testimony on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. That's not a point of order, but go ahead, Ms. Church. Continue with on the amendment, please.
Well, Mr. Chair, I just think that my colleague has proven, to the Prime Minister's point earlier today, the difference between real testimony and real substance and getting to issues and debating aspects of law. That is certainly the preference of this side of the table and always is. We'd like to be able to move forward on these issues and talk about how to get things done and move forward constructively. Not everything needs to be a partisan debate. Not everything needs to be filled with nasty barbs and name-calling across the aisle. In reality, I think what Canadians are showing time and again is that they actually want a parliament that can get on with it, that can work together, that uses the opportunity and the resources of Parliament and the fact that we're all here representing 343 ridings coast to coast to come together and figure out the best path forward for Canadians, particularly when it's on a project like this that stretches across provincial boundaries, stretches through communities and through some of our largest cities, and could have such an enormous potential economic impact, boosting our GDP by $35 billion, creating over 51,000 jobs over the next decade. That's the type of project that I think Canadians want us to be talking about. And maybe we don't all agree. Maybe we don't all agree on how it gets done, or where it gets built, or how it takes shape over time. But hopefully what we can actually agree on is that as Canadians, we should be able to have these debates seriously and constructively. Because the fact that we haven't had these debates, the fact that, we haven't had major nation building projects like this, or it's been rare in our history, speaks to one of the reasons why it's so important that we have these debates today. But I do think, coming back to the amendment, that we owe it to the full operation of Parliament to only be using House time when we have something serious to say about Alto. And given where we're at on this motion, that clearly isn't now. So while we are putting our time and our energy into this particular session of our committee around the table here, the greater cause at stake is time in the House, where 25 government bills and 125 private members' motions and bills from the Senate are waiting for the attention of parliamentarians. And so to gum up Parliament with a motion that does little to shine light on an important subject, a subject that the Conflict of Interest Commissioner has been crystal clear on to this point, doesn't make sense and does a disservice to Canadians who would probably prefer that my colleague and I could come together in a collegial, I'm not even going to call it a debate, I'm going to call it an exchange of ideas about, should we have high-speed rail? If we do, how should it be built? What are the parameters on which that rail system should be built? Should we be enforcing Buy Canadian? Should we be building that rail with Canadian steel? What should the path of that rail system go? This isn't even a discussion that's limited to Ontario and Quebec communities. High-speed rail has been a topic that has been discussed in other provinces as well. Countries around the world, my colleagues have talked about this previously, have adopted high-speed rail, and they have shown the willingness for people to take it. They have shown how much it cuts down on travel time, has environmental benefits, has economic benefits. This is about setting up our transportation infrastructure for generations to come. And when I think back on things like the St. Lawrence Seaway, or I think back on things like our Canadian Pacific Railway, or the Trans-Canada Highway, these were hard projects, they were big projects, but we got them done. We got them done at an era when we could get them done.
Point of order. Go ahead, Mr. Hardy. Well, I left for a while, and are we still on the motion dealing with removing the sentence at the end, or are we talking about the great projects in Canada?
And I don't know, 60 times now I've tried to bring this back to the amendment, and I'm going to ask that Ms. Church do that. And I want to welcome you into hour number 10 of this, Ms. Church, so please stay on the amendment. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I welcome the interventions from my colleagues. I'm sorry that you missed some of my my argument. Some of my argument today. I hope I was making a compelling case about why we should vote in favor of striking the final sentence from this motion. And if my colleagues opposite are interested, and if they are convinced that we should consider this motion without the final sentence of Mr. Barrett's motion, Mr. Chair, I'm very happy to work collaboratively. My colleagues and I certainly would like to come to a solution with our colleagues around the table. If the members across are willing to accept this amendment, we'd certainly like to move forward and get back to the main question of addressing the motion overall. Mr. Chair, I'd be willing to put this, I'd be willing to call for a vote on this, provided that I can be added to the speaking list on the main motion following the vote. I'm not sure how your speakers list is shaping up, but I think if the members opposite wish to progress on this, and if they have given some thought about this motion and whether or not they'd be willing to accept ensuring that we pass this amendment and do not report this to the House at this time. I think that on this side you'd see agreement in moving to a vote on that amendment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, Ms. Church, because I still have a speakers list, and until that speakers list is exhausted, do we move to the vote? And I have no more speakers on that list, but I do. So if you're ceding your time, I will move on then to Mr. Duchesne Thériault.
I'm okay.
You good? Okay. And next I have Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're good? Okay. Any other comments on the amendment of Mr. Sari? Hope I'm saying that right.
Could we have a brief suspension, please, Chair? Oh, never mind. No suspension needed.
Okay, so we have no more discussion. I'm going to call for the vote on the amendment. Madam Clerk, Monsieur Thériault, vous avez des commentaires. Je m'excuse.
Mr. Thériault, you seem to have some comments. I apologize. I didn't see your hand. Mr. Thériault. Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, it's quite something to see and witness that it's taken almost 9 hours for the government to get to this point after having listened to themselves speak about the big projects without talking about the substance of the motion. And now they're saying they want to get to the substance of the motion after having voted on the amendment. It's really quite shocking and quite something to see that it has taken 9 hours to get to this point. And that now they have, it's rich that they're now saying that we don't have time to lose and that Canadians expect responsible behavior. Mr. Chair, what was never mentioned by our Liberal colleagues is that we are at the Committee of Ethics, not Transport, not Finance, not Public Accounts. We're not in these other committees where we could talk about what these kinds of projects mean and represent. We are at the Ethics Committee, and there is a motion before us, and it rests on the fact that $3.9 billion have been given to a consortium to come up with the route and the deadlines of the Alto project. And where in this project we have $3.9 billion of public funds that are invested, and we have a Minister of Finance whose spouse is involved with the company, or the Alto company decides to hire the spouse of the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance should feel a certain degree of unease with that, Mr. Chair. So we're trying to sort all this out, and he does some consultation, writes to the PM, and says he'll put some screens in place. But is this a case of nepotism that we're looking at, Mr. Chair? And what kind of capacity will Mr. Champagne have going forward? Because the problem, as I've been underlining since yesterday, is that Mr. Champagne has been the engine of this bill, C-15. C-15 allows ALTO, gives them all the freedom in the world and all of the powers of expropriation, for instance, which were not set out in the relevant act. And it will go to reduce the rights of people whose lands will end up being expropriated. And you have agricultural producers who, for instance, in Mirabel, lived the Mirabel airport fiasco, and they don't want to see the same thing happening again. So the Ethics Committee wants to meet the commissioner who, as a reminder, Mr. Chair, suggested to our committee to introduce the definition of the appearance of a conflict of interest. It's one of the recommendations they had, and we implemented that recommendation, and we seem to have Mr. Theriault, if you can keep.
Just be mindful of the fact that we did discuss some things in camera that cannot be discussed out of camera at this point. I just want to put that in front of you, particularly on recommendations perhaps that were made, et cetera. I just want to make sure you're guarded on that, okay? Thank you. Because you were speaking about some recommendations made.
La recommandation du
Well, the recommendation of the commissioner, it was in a public meeting, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Chair.
You're guarded on any other discussions that we had with respect to the Conflict of Interest Act. That's all I'm asking. Je m'excuse, vous avez la parole, mais Monsieur Sarré.
I apologize. You had the floor, but Mr. Sarré has a point of order. I agree, more or less, with both of you. He referred to the recommendation and the report. The content of the report, Mr. Chair, belongs to our in-camera sessions, so we shouldn't start talking about the discussions that may or may not have taken place in in-camera sessions. Well, Mr. Theriault, you can continue, but please stick to what was discussed in public meetings. Yes. So, Mr. Chair, asking the Commissioner to shed some light on the procedure, on his decision, and on the information he needs. I think that is a legitimate request. And ALTO executives, the CEO specifically, what is the connection between ALTO and then on the other hand, you have the Minister of Finance who thought that it was okay via C-15 to give them exceptional powers. And then the same minister did not recuse himself from votes. He was involved and he was the driving force behind the bill all along. And now he wants to say that he doesn't have any responsibility. He wants to wash his hands off of this. He should have recused himself of the votes. So we're trying to understand what the connection is with regard to the employment of the minister's spouse and the fact that the minister didn't think to recuse himself of the vote on Bill C-15. The Minister of Finance is an honorable man. I'm convinced of that. And I am also of the belief that he would like to meet with us and explain himself. And it's the responsibility of the Ethics Committee to ask these questions and to warn the House, or let the House know, that we are working on this issue so that all members of Parliament could be made aware and say their word on this potential conflict of interest or conflict of interest in appearance. So, Mr. Chair, after 9 hours, I'm hearing from Liberals that they are ready to come to a compromise so that we can strike the last sentence. We could have done that in 15 minutes. But what's more important in all of this is that if we could have had this discussion, that is because we are still in a situation today that is a minority government. Imagine what could happen, Mr. Chair, when these people have the majority and how they will behave. Then they have been imposing on us the interests and the goodwill of the government, and they're now considering that this is a waste of time for the House of Commons, where, of course, parliamentary democracy lives. That will be a waste of time to hold someone accountable. Such is the importance of this marvelous train project, which means we don't need to ask these questions. But, in my opinion, when you are injecting $3.9 billion of public funds, regardless of the merits of a high-speed rail project, regardless of the returns, and in terms of the returns, these are hypothetical. These are just theoretical at this point, because even Alto is not able to tell us in clear terms what the return and the benefits and the cost will be. They are giving us a range of $30 billion, Mr. Chair. So they're saying, well, it will cost somewhere in the range of $60 to $90 billion. So for all these reasons, Mr. Chair, I think we have come to, I hope, come to the end of the debate on this. And I am also ready to vote, but I've been ready to vote since the first hour, Mr. Chair.
Merci, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Theriault.
List. J'ai un liste sur l'amendement.
I have a list of speakers on the amendment because people put their hands up after you started speaking.
She's not in the room, so I'm going to go to Mr. Lawton. Go ahead, Mr. Lawton, please, on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just building off of Ms. Church's point on being able to move to a vote, I would be happy to go to a vote right now, but I would like assurances from the Liberals that the amended motion would pass without further amendment, and that they're not just going to do another 9-hour filibuster on the main motion. If we could get clarity on that, I think it's perfectly reasonable to go to the vote. It's the Liberals who have been holding this up for the last 9 hours.
Thank you for that. I'm not sure procedurally how we get to that point where that guarantee is made, given the process that's in place. La prochaine intervention est...
Next speaker. Mr. Sari, if you want to have the floor, not now, because we will go to Mr. Deschênes-Thériault, who is the next speaker. I would like to be added to the end of the speakers list, and I'd like to leave the floor to my colleague, Mr. Sari. I think he has more important information to share with the committee, so if you can add me to the list. Thank you, Chair. Just to respond to the comments of my colleague, Mr. Lawton, I think we need to be very careful about when we talk about a vote. It's not in the procedures. We shouldn't foresee the potential outcome. I don't really understand your comment on that. Is that part of the procedures? Can I just finish? Yeah, please address all comments to the chair. Well, because this has to do with the procedures, I think it's a question we can ask legitimately. Now we're talking about an amendment. We vote on an amendment, yes or no. It's a very simple question. Introducing a conditional vote, it isn't something I've seen, but apparently
we vote on an amendment when there are no more speakers on the list to the amendment. Then if the amendment passes, we move to the main motion as amended. And then if it fails, then we move back to the main motion. So even on the main motion, you know, any part of that main motion is subject to further amendments. You know, I think that to Mr. Lawton's point, he'd prefer not to get to that point, but there's nothing that I can do to stop that. That's just part of the process of the rules of procedure. So I hope that explains, and hope everybody understands that aspect of it. So we're still on the amendment. I still have a list, and Ms. Church is next on the list.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And you know, it's disappointing that we can't find common ground on at least moving forward on what is a very discrete part of Mr. Barrett's motion that I would hope as committee members we would understand the value of addressing and moving forward in our deliberations on this motion as a whole. You know, I come back to the fact that this is a first debate for us to have about whether or not we are reporting to the House. And the issues that are involved in this are discrete. They are about the use of our committee time, and they're about the use of our House time. Once we're able to address those issues and come to some sort of decision, if not consensus, on those issues, then we can look back, you know, Mr. Chair, as you've advised us here throughout this debate, on the motion as a whole, which is broader in scope and which I think it's fair to say that we do have concerns with. But I think if we're going to advance on this as a committee, we're going to have to do this one step at a time and address these motions one step at a time, because aspects of this motion, as we consider the different amendments that are on the table, are going to raise particular issues respective to the amendments that we're debating. So, Mr. Chair, you've asked us to stay as focused as possible on the amendment that we're debating right now, and I think that that's reasonable and fair. However, I think once we get back to the main motion, I think that there's going to be other issues that the committee is going to want to consider around the broader scope that's on the table. I certainly know that that's where I will come from in terms of my consideration of this. I do hope, though, that we can make some progress. I think any time as a committee that we undertake debate on a motion like this, we tend to debate it in stages and in view of whichever amendments and sub-amendments are on the floor at a given point in time. On this particular amendment, I do think that the case here is clear. I think that this is a poor use of the committee's discretionary authority to report to the House. And I think that if we look at the overall scope of the motion, and the work that ought to be done around ALTO, not strictly focused on the considerations that Mr. Barrett's motion has raised, I think that we'd see that there's actually a broader committee study at play. And I take your point, Mr. Chair, that there are other committees as well, whether it's transport or public accounts, that may also have a stake in this project. However, I think that I think that Canadians are going to look at this project holistically. I think that the work that we do here as a committee, if focused strictly within the boundaries of Mr. Barrett's motion, could have a very harmful and deleterious effect on the progress of a project that I think we are invested in, take seriously, and want to see advance in the best possible way. Now, I recognize that we are a committee of ethics, of access to information and privacy, and the range of issues that are in front of us right now across this topic and many others, I think, speak to the breadth of our mandate. But I do worry about a motion like this one that not only proposes a poor use of the House's time in terms of suggesting that we undertake a report at this stage, but also one that would seek to create concerns around the progress and operations of this project and the support that the government has announced for it. And so I think when we're looking at this amendment, while it's important that we resolve the issue of whether or not this committee will report back to the House, I think that there's going to have to be consideration of the remainder of the motion, because the reporting is only one aspect of this. The other is how we advance on the particular witnesses to address the issues that Mr. Barrett's motion seeks to raise, as well as with, I think, the overall scope. Now, I leave room to be convinced and persuaded otherwise on this, but I think at this particular moment, it's best that we, I guess, continue to focus on our consideration of the suggestion that we have a report and what our parliamentary precedents would be, what our obligations are as parliamentarians in considering this, and I think to reflect very closely on whether or not this motion and our deliberations as a committee place us at a stage where we can confidently feel that we are fulfilling our obligations as parliamentarians in providing a substantive report back to the House, and not one that would simply misuse the time of the chamber, precious time that it is for consideration of a whole range of other parliamentary bills, laws, and work. So, Mr. Chair, I guess on that front, I do come back to what some of the precedents are in terms of when a committee like ours should report to the House. It typically should report when we have completed substantive work. And we should talk about what are the witnesses who would be prepared to be a part of a study of Alto. We should talk about which, I know that Mr. Barrett's motion proposes the executives of Alto. That may be too narrow of a view. There may be other groups and communities with with a concern for the project and ones that we want to hear of. And I think it would be worthy for us.
Point out.
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Hardy. Well, what I'm hearing is that they want to study the Alto project, and Ms. Church is talking about witnesses, but we're not talking about that study. We're at the Ethics Committee. Our objective is not to reanalyze the project. The idea here is to have three entities: Alto, the federal government, the minister, and the ethics commissioner before the committee to understand what the ethics problem of the minister was. That's the issue here. Thank you.
Vous avez raison, mais
you are right. But you're talking about the motion and not the amendment. We're on the amendment now, and that's what I told Ms. Church, to stick to the amendment, please, not the motion which is not yet adopted.
Another point of order? Same point of order?
Point of order.
Okay, let's go ahead, Mr.
So if I could have your indulgence for a moment, Chair, I think there's a way through the impasse, building off of what Ms. Church said. We would be prepared to support the amendment, but to expedite this, we would seek unanimous consent to pass pass the motion as amended with the amendment at hand.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly.
So we are seeking unanimous consent to support the amendment and the motion.
And the motion.
Well, seeking unanimous consent.
He's seeking unanimous consent, so.
It didn't on the point of order, and it was not
Well,
a
that's
speaking
the other
turn.
thing, you didn't have.
But you can always seek unanimous consent. I'm seeing if the Liberals are interested in collaborating here, as they say they are.
Let me clarify that, okay? Please. I'm going to wait until you get the floor, Mr. Lawton, to do that. Point of order deals with issues that are substantive to the rules, regulation. You can't move a motion or unanimous consent motion in this case if you don't have the floor. So, okay. Merci pour votre intervention aussi, Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault. Where are we? Ms. Church, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I'd like to respond just for a moment to Mr. Hardy's point of order because I think he misunderstands my purpose. When I'm talking about the witnesses that we might be interested in, it's to illustrate what a substantive report would look like and contrast that with the proposal on the table of a naked or bare report that is being proposed by the motion currently. So when I talk about our committee's obligations and the traditions that we have in our parliamentary process, it's because there is a tradition that we would report back to the House when we have completed our study, when we have completed witness testimony, when we have recommendations to offer. So in this case, my point was simply that there are witnesses who may be, everyone from the Ottawa Tourism Board, to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, to the Chamber of Commerce of Metropolitan Montreal, important organizations, the United Steelworkers, who have weighed in and have perspective to offer on high-speed rail that I think would be valuable to the committee's work, but more importantly, to the House if we were reporting back following hearing from their testimony and synthesizing the different perspectives that we were hearing. So that was my point, was simply to say that there is a very rich environment here for us to develop a thoughtful and comprehensive report on the matter of Alto and on the government's dealings with Alto in order to ensure that the progress advances. But where we're not at right now is in any position to be able to offer that sort of concrete or substantive advice back or perspective back to the House, because we haven't done that work. We haven't tapped into the community that's out there of people and organizations and other elected officials at other levels of government who all have an interest or a stake in the future of this high-speed rail project. But in the absence of that work, it's not an opportune time to proceed with a report. And although we may have the discretion as a committee to advance a report at any time, that discretion is always intended to be exercised with consideration. Discretion alone is not sufficient. It must be exercised with a sense of how are we going to be contributing to the debate on this topic in the House. How is this helping to illustrate to Canadians, when it's public, the thoughtfulness that should go into a report, a public report from our parliamentary committee? So that's what I'm looking at when I'm thinking about whether or not to support this amendment. It's about the quality of the work that this committee is doing and to what extent that will be reflected in a report. And I'm just saying that from the point of view of Mr. Barrett's motion, to the extent that it touches on the process by which high-speed rail is coming into fruition, the dealings that the government has in setting out the legislative and financial frameworks that it's going to be operating within, the place that it holds in legislation like C-15 or in our budget documents, that's important. Those are important things for us to look at and to consider if we are providing a report back that would suggest, whether or not there could be improvements or not to how the government is advancing this process. And it does rest with not only the Minister of Transport and the Parliamentary Committee on Transport and the Parliamentary Committee on Public Accounts and FINA, and no doubt a number of different ministers and departments, including the new Major Projects Office, all of whom have a role in advancing this process. So for us to be considering reporting at this stage seems premature. And it seems to be something that we should be willing to do as a committee, but only after we've really had a chance to fully explore and flesh out the broader issues that Mr. Barrett's motion brings to the fore, and that Mr. Barrett himself, when he introduced the motion, took some time to speak about to the committee. When he spoke about his own perspectives on high-speed rail, and I mean, in his case, I was going to say the economic benefits, the value of doing it, or in his case, what he perceived as the lack thereof, or the concerns that he has. I think that we should be able to fully explore that. But that begins with understanding our role as a committee, understanding our role of reporting back to the House, and ensuring that we are only doing that at a moment when we are fully seized with the full range of issues as they pertain to this project. That's certainly my goal here, and I hope that we will be able to find a path forward that is constructive in looking at this issue, because I would like to see us move into a consideration of this, of this project that goes to some of the deeper issues that are both captured within Mr. Barrett's motion and are perhaps adjacent to it, and ones that I know certainly our side of the table would be interested in raising. Mr. Chair, maybe with that, I will turn and look forward to listening to my colleagues and ask to be added to the speakers list once more.
Thank you, Ms. Church. We are now going to Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy that it's my turn, because after many hours, I think it's important that we can also introduce a constructive point of view. It's more than 10 hours that we've been in committee. There's a very simple motion that was moved. It's just asking 3 very specific witnesses to appear on a subject that was in the news. That's not hypothetical. That was in the news. That was in the newspapers. We heard about the Highway 50, the St. Lawrence River. We heard about wild turkeys. And we are talking about the motion that is asking for the appearance of the minister who recused himself, and there was an amendment that was moved by the Liberals, and it's been 5 hours that they are trying us to keep from voting on the amendment. That goes to show how important that is. So on this side, we are ready to collaborate. We should stop wasting time and money of taxpayers and to talk about wild turkeys. I'm happy that Ms. Church has told us that the problem on the Liberal side of the House is that they absolutely want to strike the last sentence based on the motion by Mr. Seri in our motion. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to seek unanimous consent on a very clear point, that the committee approves the amendment as put forward by Mr. Seri, then to approve that, then to adopt the motion as amendment. So we've been talking about an amendment for 10 hours, but they've kept us from talking about it for the past 5 because they've been talking endlessly, and I'm happy that I can move according to the rules, that I have the right to seek unanimous consent. The objective here is to adopt Mr. Sari's amendment and then adopt the motion as amended. And then it will be the end. We'll just move on to the next thing. We are going to get rid of the thing that seems to be disturbing the Liberals, and after 10 hours, during which 9 hours or so the Liberals spoke, we will hopefully finally be able to make some progress. That's what I'm moving. Thank you. Could you please repeat what you're suggesting? I'm seeking unanimous consent so that the committee adopts Mr. Sari's amendment and then adopt the motion as amended. That's it. That's simple, effective.
Unanimous consent motion, and to be clear, the UC motion is to adopt the amendment from Mr. Sari, and then to adopt the motion
as amended.
Exactly. That's the proposal from Mr. Hardy. Do we have unanimous consent on that? Yes. We do not? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to the next speaker on the list, Mr. Saini, please. Go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair and members on the opposite, first off, I want to congratulate you that this, after last night, I'm hearing how Prime Minister wants to cooperate, but I haven't seen that cooperation in the last 10 months that I've been part of this committee. All we do is, and Mr. Layton, I've seen him on another committee, he talks about filibustering. You're the guy who talks about cats and dogs on those committees.
Point of privilege.
Go ahead on your point of privilege, Mr.
Starting with getting my name wrong, the member is misrepresenting on the official record in an incredibly disingenuous way comments made on another committee. And I think he should either brush up on what actually happened or withdraw and apologize.
Okay. So thank you for that, Mr. Lawton. Mr. Saini, I'm look, in the spirit of what the Prime Minister also said, and that is to treat members with respect. I expect that of this committee. We have, for the most part, had a large amount of respect at this table. There's been disagreement, but I don't want anybody implying anything on anyone at this committee. So I'm going to ask you to respect that. And if you wish to withdraw those comments and apologize to Mr. Lawton, I'll give you that opportunity now.
Carry on with my work.
Just be respectful, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep my remarks brief, as several colleagues have already spoken. I think it's useful at this stage to take a step back and keep in mind the broader context of what we are discussing. At the end of the day, this conversation is happening alongside a major infrastructure project that has been in discussion in Canada for a very long time, high-speed rail. And the reality is that the need for improved transportation between our major urban centers has only increased our sense.
Monsieur Hardy.
Je pense que ça va être la même chose que régulièrement.
Well, I think it will be more of the same. I'm really sorry, but we're not talking about that. We're not studying a major project. We're at the Ethics Committee. We're talking about the amendment and the motion. I appreciate that, Mr. Hardy.
Are on the amendment to the motion. And the amendment, just so that we're clear, is to strike the last part of the motion, and the motion calls for the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner for 2 hours, executives from Alto, including CEO Martin Imblo, for 2 hours, the Minister of Finance and National Revenue for 2 hours. The part that we are debating is the proposal by Mr. Sari to strike the last part of the motion, that the committee report this to the House and that it is undertaking this study. That is what we are on. For the last 10 hours, there have been significant attempts to talk about the values and the virtue of the Alto system. That's not what we're discussing here, because we're not the Transportation Committee, we're not the Finance Committee. We are the Ethics Committee, and we are studying, the motion is proposed to study that the minister has claimed to recuse himself from decisions his government made related to Alto. That is what the issue substantive is on this motion, and the amendment is what we're discussing, so please continue on the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the reality is that there is a need to improve transportation between our major centers has only increased over time. We are seeing continued population growth, greater demand for efficient intercity travel, increasing pressure on existing transportation system. So there is a clear and
point of order, Mr. Chair,
in front of us.
Mr. Reynolds, on a point of order.
Yeah, I believe just 2 seconds after your lengthy comments to my colleague across the way about staying on point, I believe he's not doing that.
So we've been at this for almost 10 hours now. Mr. Sene, I can't stress enough that I would really like you to discuss the amendment, not the values or the virtue of Alto. This is the Ethics Committee of Parliament. We are discussing a motion dealing with ethics. Please stay on topic and speak to the amendment, which I just stated 2 minutes ago. Thank you.
The Alto high-speed rail project is one response to that challenge. It proposes a network of close to 1,000 kilometers between Toronto and Quebec City, with trains reaching speed of up to 300 kilometers per hour.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
That would
You got it?
Point of order.
Go ahead on your point of
So
order.
I cannot stress enough that he is literally reading from the same page that you've already determined, Mr. Chair, is not relevant to the discussion. So I don't know if we're getting, I don't know if the next page might have something that is on topic, but he is disregarding the purpose of this committee and the issue at hand.
Three times I've brought this up, Mr. Sene, that we're not discussing the value or the virtue of the Alto motion. I've sat here for 10 hours, and I've listened to argument after argument coming from that side about the high-speed rail system. That is not what we are here to discuss. What we are here to discuss is the motion that is in front of us and the amendment that is on the floor. This is the Ethics Committee. I say this again, it's not the Transportation Committee, it's not the Finance Committee, it's not the Industry Committee, it's the Ethics Committee, Access to Information and Privacy, and we are on the minister's claims that he has recused himself. That is what the motion is about. So I'm going to ask you to stay on the amendment, and that is that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking the study to remove that line from this motion. Now, unless you have things to say about that, if you keep repeating this, I may move on to another speaker, Mr. Saney. I'm sorry. It's just, we're at that point now. Okay? So continue, please, and please stay on the amendment. Thank you.
Let's talk about ethics. The minister was told by the ethics office that there was nothing wrong, and my fellow on the other side have refused to accept that. We have the best ethic laws in this country. World look at us as leaders. World look at us to come and learn from us. But my colleagues on the other side have absolutely no respect for those legislation. And they will say, no, we want to continue. I'm going to continue with my speech. Job creation during construction is very, very important. Increase economic activity across multiple sectors. Strong connection between regional economics. It's a kind of investment that can have long-term structural impact. It also reflects something we see internationally. High-speed rail has become a standard feature.
Okay, Mr. Sini, I'm going to take that as a direct challenge to the direction that I've given. I've asked you not to speak about that. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Mr. Lawton, you're next. I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm a new-ish member of Parliament. I'm coming up on the one-year anniversary of when I was elected, and I'm trying to get a sense of how this Liberal government operates from where we are. And this has now been 10 hours of debating an amendment to a Conservative motion, an amendment put forward by a Liberal member of Parliament, and then subsequently filibustered by Liberal members of Parliament for several hours. And we had a glimmer of hope a few, I don't know, maybe half an hour ago when one member, Ms. Church, indicated that they were going to move to a vote. And then every Liberal decided to go onto the speaking list again, so this vote on their own amendment that they asked for could not happen. And in the interest of collaboration, Monsieur Hardy, a few moments ago, offered what I thought was an incredible support of goodwill from the Conservatives to the Liberals there, that we approve their amendment, which in principle we disagree with because we do think this is important enough that it needs to be reported to the House, but that we support their amendment and support the motion itself. And this was a great opportunity for the Liberals to prove that they actually were concerned about this technicality on reporting to the House. But that wasn't the case, because they denied unanimous consent to that. Anyone who listens will hear Liberal members saying no to Monsieur Hardy's request for unanimous consent. They said no. So their issue is not actually reporting this to the House. Their issue is with having the Minister of Finance testify about his clear conflict of interest on the Alto file. That's what we're dealing with. We were prepared to support the Liberal amendment, dispense with this ridiculous 10-hour filibuster by the Liberals, remove the reporting of the House, but allow the Ethics Committee to do the work of studying the minister's claims that he has recused himself from decisions the government has made related to Alto, and invite the minister to appear for 2 hours, invite executives from Alto, including the CEO, Martin Blot, for 2 hours, and the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, Conrad von Finkenstein, for 2 hours as well. That was what we were supporting. And I find it interesting that the Liberals claim their issue is with reporting to the House. Ms. Church went on at length about how the real issue the Liberals had was taking up valuable House time.
Point d'ordre, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président, encore une fois.
Point of order, please, Mr. Chair. Well, I think what my colleague was saying is interesting, but we're talking about the amendment. If we can stick to the amendment, I would like to invite you to talk to the amendment, which is about striking the line that says that the committee report to the House that it's undertaking the study. Well, I heard Mr. Lawton talk about that in his comments.
Stay on the amendment, I'm sure. Keep going, please. Thank you.
I appreciate very much, Mr. Chair, my colleague's newfound appreciation for relevance in committee interventions right now. Absolutely. I'm speaking about the amendment and actually a Conservative desire to support the amendment and to get on with passing the motion itself. And I was hoping that we could all, as colleagues here, in keeping with the spirit of the Prime Minister this morning, do this. But the interesting thing about it is that even though we were prepared and actually trying eagerly to get to a vote on this amendment, it was the Liberals that have stopped us from doing this. And I asked in my previous intervention if the Liberals would agree to support the motion as amended if we pass this amendment. And I'm speaking to Mr. Sari's point specifically about the amendment at hand here, his amendment. And they didn't give an answer to that. So Monsieur Hardy had offered what I thought was a tremendously important olive branch, which was, let's do it all in one fell swoop. Let's get back to real work. I know we have question period approaching in a few moments, but the Liberals keep adding themselves to the speaking list, claiming on one hand that their issue is the removal of this line, that their issue is about whether or not the committee report this to the House, when in actuality their concern is that they do not want the minister to testify. They do not want the minister to actually have to answer questions from Canadians, regardless of whether or not they are reported to the
Point
House.
d'ordre, Monsieur le Président. Encore une fois.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Well, we need to correct the words of Mr. Lawton. I'm comfortable with that. Okay, continue, Mr. Lawton, please.
So whether or not we remove this particular line that the Liberals claim to take issue with does not seem to assuage concerns. And as we discuss and debate an amendment, we have to debate it in the context of the motion that we actually have before us. And the context here is incredibly crucial, because what we're trying to do is allow key players in this, what could end up being a quite significant ethical scandal that the Liberal government has to wear. They're trying to prevent key officials, including the finance minister, from having to testify. So our preparation to support this amendment still stands. But in exchange, we need to know that the Liberals are not going to go on for another 10 hours to block us from getting to the amendment at hand. Now, when I suggested this earlier, I was not proposing a conditional amendment. I wasn't proposing a sub-amendment. I was simply saying that in good faith as parliamentarians doing this work, we need to be able to have these conversations and figure out what the objective is that we're trying to go towards. Because the Liberals have been dining out for 10 hours on deleting one line of what appears to be an eight-line motion. And it's possible that we could eventually get to a vote on this, and then all of a sudden the Liberal takes the floor and introduces another amendment to remove line 7, and they take another 10 hours on that. And we realize that we've never actually engaged with the issue that the Ethics Committee is here to do.
Monsieur le Président, encore une fois, c'est justement un point d'ordre.
Mr. Chair, a very important point of order. This is quite hypothetical. It's quite conditional. So once again, I would invite my colleague to stick to the amendment and not talk about things that he thinks might happen.
Thank you. Look, I could, in keeping with the precedent for my Liberal colleagues, speak about the virtues of rail travel, but I am actually dealing with the issue we have at hand here. And the reason that we believe it is important, and we believed in our initial amendment to report this to the House, and why I think our initial instinct, and certainly my initial instinct, is to oppose this amendment, is because we believe there needs to be, in the House of Commons, transparency and accountability. We see day in, day out in question period, people raise very legitimate concerns about the finances of the country, and the Minister of Finance will get up and tell us that there's all good news, supposedly, but in the end, all we are dealing with is a $78 billion deficit, and a minister that has given very conflicting information about the conflict or lack thereof he feels is at issue in Alto. So in reporting this to the House, we actually give committee members, and more importantly, all parliamentarians, as well as Canadians, an additional tool of accountability. An additional tool of accountability where all members of Parliament, again, it's an option available, could engage in a discussion and debate, concurring or not with an amendment passed on committee. But it's about understanding the value and the importance of these issues. And I cannot stress enough the problems that this Liberal government has faced in the past on ethical lapses. You can go through the laundry list going back to the Gomery inquiry, SNC-Lavalin, and that's why we need to report.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président, encore une fois.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, once again. You had point of orders on the Alto project, but you talked about the history of the Liberal Party, history of the government. So if you do that, you're really straying far and far away from my amendment, Mr. Lawton. So you accused colleagues on this side of the table of doing the things that you seem to be engaging in yourself.
Over the last 10 hours to this side, I'm going to ask Mr. Lawton to come back on the amendment, please.
I will apologize to Mr. Sari. To mention the Liberal government and ethics in the same breath, I realize doesn't actually quite fit, so his point is perhaps well taken.
Let's just try to keep it on a professional level, please. Thank you. Did I not say something?
We are dealing with reporting what I think will be a very revealing study that this committee is seeking to undertake to the House. And that is valuable because I believe all members of the House of Commons, including those like myself who are not regular members of this committee, would have a great deal of interest in the findings of this committee after it has heard from Mr. von Finkenstein, from Monsieur Imblot, and from Minister Champagne as well.
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. We are out of resources at 2 o'clock. We are going to be back in this room at 3:30 to continue this debate. So the meeting is suspended. Same room. Welcome back to the Ethics Committee. When we last left our superheroes, we were dealing with a notice of motion and the amendment that was proposed. I'm going to read out the motion again, just so that everybody's aware of it, that the committee undertake a study into the connection between the Minister of Finance and National Revenue and Alto and the Minister's claims that he has recused himself from decisions his government made related to Alto. That, for the purpose of this study, the committee invite the following witnesses to appear by May 8th, 2026. The Ethics Commissioner, executives from Alto, including CEO Martin and Blue, for 2 hours, and the Minister of Finance and National Revenue for 2 hours. The Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner was for 2 hours as well. So when we left, there was a last part of this motion that was proposed to be amended by removing it, and it said, and that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking this study. So we are now in our, I've lost track, 11th hour of debating the removal of that line. So we are still on the amendment. I had Mr. Lawton when the meeting was suspended, but he's no longer here. I had Mr. Deshane Theriault. He's no longer here, which defaults now to Ms. Church. So Ms. Church, on the amendment, and again, we want to be relevant to the amendment. Ms. Church, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's notable that while we've been in here debating today, there was apparently a fairly seismic earthquake that rumbled through Parliament Hill. No such luck here in this committee room, but it was certainly felt in other parts of the grounds.
I think Chair, the aftershocks will be felt for at least 3 years. So
they sure might. They sure might. Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this amendment again, because I do think that it is a matter of importance for the committee, and I know that my colleagues will feel very much the same, that this is core to our roles as parliamentarians in thinking about how we allocate our time and our resources, and more importantly, the resources of our colleagues and all parliamentarians in the House of Commons. Because what this motion, as originally drafted, was asking us to do was to have the committee report to the House that it is undertaking this study. But core to our concern about the motion has been the fact that this committee has done no work so far in investigating Alto, no work in terms of calling witnesses, no work in terms of calling testimony to support our views and perspectives on this project, and that this would be a study devoid of content, devoid of substance, and be a drain on the House's time, and actually a failure from our perspective as committee members to do the hard work that's required to create a report of substance. And Mr. Chair, I think that we've had some conversation just in the course of this particular debate on the amendment about what a more fulsome report could look like, and the kind of report that certainly committee members on this side of the table would be interested in presenting on a project as substantive and as important to Canada and Canadians as high-speed rail, because there is no question in our mind that the government has a role to play in advancing this project, in setting the terms of engagement between departments and ministers, both houses of parliament, and the progress of this project, as well as probably several different parliamentary committees, but that this engagement must be guided by a holistic view of the project itself, and certainly not taking up the House's time with a report to the House at this nascent stage. Mr. Chair, I think on this side of the House, we believe that it's our committee's responsibility to, if we're going to pursue a study of Alto and the government's role in engaging with this process and in engaging with the Crown Corporation that is Alto, then we should make sure that we're doing so with a scope that matches the true, I would say, concerns of Canadians about it, and not the one that we're seeing reflected here in Mr. Barrett's motion, which he took some time to set out yesterday when he introduced it. And I think it was telling to hear from him when he introduced this motion to the committee, that when he introduced it, he talked about his own concerns about Alto. He talked about how he was not in favor of this project, and I think that belies where this motion is coming from, Mr. Chair. And one of the reasons why my colleagues and I on this side of the House are as distressed about it as we are, that the opposition members here may wish to try to construe this as a narrow and
Appel au règlement, Monsieur le Président.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Italio, you have a point of order? Yes. I'm not sure how you can say that this is at the heart of the motion. You know, how you can say that the overall project of Alto is the heart of this motion. I mean, this is an ethical issue. So I really have to call Ms. Church to order. She's been saying this for several hours now, and I thought that the Liberals wanted to be collaborative. She doesn't need to repeat what she's been saying for hours. We can vote and move on to other things.
Merci, Mr. Thériault. And again, you know, I'm going to remind members that we are not discussing the value or the virtue of the Alto system, whether it's good for Southern Ontario or Quebec. We're discussing a motion in front of us that involves the ethics screen, or lack thereof, with respect to the finance minister and his participation in decisions after he indicated that he had issued an ethics screen. We've been at this for 11 hours. I agree with Mr. Thériault on the relevance of the argument. This is not about Alto. This is not about driving a spike or a rail into and where it's going and all of that stuff. This is about ethics, plain and simple. And that's what the motion is about. And the amendment that is on the floor is to remove the last line that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking this study. So I'm going to ask Ms. Church to be focused, laser-like focused on the amendment, please. Ms. Church.
Well, Mr. Chair, I thought that I was actually quite on point in terms of talking about the proposed amendment, but I would also draw my colleagues' attention to the very first line of Mr. Barrett's motion, that the committee undertake a study into the connection between the Minister of Finance and National Revenue and Alto. I mean, that's about as general and wide open as it gets. But look, I don't dispute that what Mr. Barrett is trying to do here is trying to go on a fishing expedition here on a matter that the Conflict of Interest Commissioner has effectively said is case closed and has provided his guidance on, and to which the Minister of Finance was in total compliance. So I think, Mr. Thériault, to your point, I think you're actually reiterating the very basis for my concern about why committee members are putting forward this motion in the form that it is, and frankly, our concern on this side of the table that it does a disservice to the project to leave the motion as is. One of those concerns pertains to the direction to have the committee report to the House. But that is truly only one of the concerns that we have.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order. Mr. Thériault, yes. The question here is not whether the motion relates to Alto. The question is really about the ethical issues related to the Minister of Finance and the way that he led this project and the way he voted on C-15. That's what's at issue. in terms of relevance. I mean, at a certain point, you can repeat the same thing for hours, but it's no longer relevant.
Et moi, je suis en accord.
I agree. I just want to indicate that.
Come back on the amendment, please, and not on the value or virtue of the Alto system and what it means to Canadians and the investment. That debate can happen elsewhere, but not in this committee. My expectation is that this debate on this motion will happen, and the amendment and the debate on the amendment is what we're on right now, and I would ask you to go there, please.
Mr. Chair, I actually think that my remarks at that time were not focused actually on the economic benefits of Alto. And Mr. Theriault, with the greatest of respect, I would point you back to the very first line of the motion that talks about the connection between the Minister of Finance and Alto. And I would also point you to the fact that the motion calls for executives from Alto to appear, which is, as we know, in terms of the operation of parliamentary committees, quite a broad.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order. Mr. Theriault, yes. Ms. Church knows well that the link between Alto and the Minister of Finance is his spouse.
C'est pas juste.
That's not only a point of order, but I understand what you're saying. Ms. Church, please continue.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that that's not a point of order. That is a point of debate, Mr. Theriault, because actually the connection that exists between the Minister of Finance and Alto may, as we are talking about right now and have shown, may manifest itself in different ways. I mean, I'm looking at the budget, for example, and a paragraph which deals with Alto high-speed rail. The government as a whole has ways of engaging with Alto, and obviously we are supportive and working to advance this project in multiple pathways because it is such a large, expansive, complex project for us to deliver and to cut the time of approvals in half from what was previously envisioned in order to make sure that we're getting this train up and running for Canadians. But again, that is beside the point that I wanted to make, which was focused on the amendment itself and on the notion of reporting back to the House. And I can think, when I think about doing a report that meets the test of what should be a report from a committee that includes a substantive report and direction back to the House, that includes recommendations, that includes witness testimony, that includes perhaps a path forward in terms of parliamentary engagement on the matter. These are all different aspects of an appropriate report back to the House from committee. And I think if we cast our minds to the scope and size of this project, we quickly can realize that there's ample issues for us to explore as a parliamentary committee that deals with access to information, privacy, and ethics. I think about, for example, our artificial intelligence study. I think about studies that we're doing on other pieces of legislation. There are other ways that I'm sure Alto can actually be a part of the work of this committee. Mr. Barrett bringing this forward as he did, explaining how he disagrees with the concept and doesn't support it, I think was pretty clear in why he is choosing to bring forward this motion now as it is, calling for a study that attempts to create an issue where none exists, in an attempt to discredit the project in a way that is unhelpful, that stalls the work of the government, stalls the work of the Crown Corporation, that distracts from the issues at hand that would be more likely to touch Canadians themselves, and I think represents, frankly, just a tactic to undermine a major nation-building project that this government and so many Canadians are supportive of. So I think if we take that all into consideration, we can envision a path forward where this committee does produce a quality, substantive report on the connection and the engagement between this government and Alto. But this isn't it. As we read it today, this motion is not it. And certainly the idea of bringing this forward to the House at this time with these bare facts is absolutely a dereliction of duty of the members of this committee who would have us waste precious time in the House to have a report that isn't ready, that has no substance. And that leads me to the only logical conclusion to ask why. Why do the members of the opposition want to have a report to the House that has no substance? What are they planning to do with this? What are they trying to do in the House of Commons that they can't do here? What information are they trying to get that they can't get here? All of these questions come up when I consider how this motion has been dropped on this committee here yesterday and with the way that it is worded today. So I think that we still apparently, we sought consensus and support from the room before the break earlier this afternoon, Mr. Chair. We extended an opportunity to hopefully find a path forward on this particular amendment. But I don't think that we have that in the room. That's certainly not the sense that I have. And as such, I feel pretty compelled that we continue to find the right arguments to try to help the members opposite, who I so enjoy working with and spending time with in this committee, that we try to find a path forward where we can all move forward together on this and where we can all have a debate about ALTO at this committee that reflects the different perspectives in the room, but with open minds to the idea that perhaps high-speed rail is going to be an excellent project for Canadians, for the millions of Canadians who want to take a train, reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, get to Ottawa, Montreal, or Quebec City faster than they can today.
I'm going to interrupt you there, Ms. Church, that, again, we're not talking about ALTO. We're not talking about high-speed rail. We're not talking about the benefits to greenhouse gas emissions. We are talking about the finance minister and his claims that he recused himself from decisions that the government made related to ALTO. There have been published reports that indicate that he's not. That's what this motion is about. We are on the amendment, and that the committee report to the House and undertake this study. So I would really like it if you stayed focused on what the amendment is and not repeat yourself on this issue of whether or not ALTO is a benefit to Canadians or not. That's a debate that doesn't happen at this point. At this point, we're studying the amendment to the motion. So please go ahead.
Well, in the interest of hearing, hearing from some of my colleagues around the table on both sides, I'm willing to wrap up my remarks there, but I'd appreciate being put on the end of the speakers list in case I have further thoughts on this in the time to come.
Thank you, Ms. Church. Mr. Sene, I've got you on the list. Go ahead, sir. And on the amendment, please. On the amendment.
Yeah. I wasn't here yesterday, but I understand Mr. Barrett spoke quite extensively the why ALTO should not be built. For the same reason, I think I, as a member, have the opportunity to speak about the same proposal. It is part of the motion, and I don't find it very good that there are different rules when it comes to members from one group to the other side of the House. And so my remarks today is that how our government is contributing to building a Canada economic strength.
Mr. Sene, I'm just going to I was in the room when Mr. Barrett moved his motion, and it's been referred to several times that yes, he doesn't support it, but he didn't drone on about it. What he did was talked about the motion and why we need to do this. Okay, so he didn't spend hours talking about his opposition to. He made it very clear at the top of the meeting that he was opposed to it, and then he spoke to the relevance of the motion. And so that's what I'm asking members to do today. So I understand that you support it. I understand Ms. Church, Mr. Watchhorn, Ms. Lapointe. I know that you support ALTO, and that's fine. You can support it. But in the context of this motion, I am asking members to deal with what we're on. And what we're on is the amendment to the motion. And that is, and I'll repeat it, that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking this study for the removal of that from the main motion. So that's what I'm going to ask you. Look, I know you support it. You don't need to repeat that, okay? That's all I'm saying. And I'm telling everybody on this side that none of this needs to be repeated, okay? Go ahead, sir.
The fact that national revenue and ALTO is part of the motion, I don't think we should be excluded to talk about it, about the motion that strictly talk about the same issues.
And to be clear, it's in connection to the finance minister's issue about him claiming that he has recused himself. And so that's the connection between all this. Not about the value of virtue, as I've said many times, of ALTO. It's about the connection with the finance minister. And that's I believe, why the ALTO executives are part of this motion. Now, if you don't want the ALTO executives to be part of this motion, then we can deal with the amendment. We can vote on it, whatever way that goes. And then you're quite welcome to move a motion or an amendment to the main motion to remove the ALTO executives, and then we can have a debate on that, right? But I don't want to continue this debate. I don't want to do this on the value and virtue of ALTO. That's not, look, you support it, that's fine. I may not support it, that's fine too. But that's not what we're discussing here today. So I really would like, no pun intended, to get back on track on the amendment, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, when we were dealing with the ethics committee, the report that was going to go to the House had all kinds of debate, had all kinds of comments from the people who are going to be witness, had all kinds of comments from the member of that committee. You are now telling me that I don't have the same privilege to present my point of view, because on ethics, you folks were able to do that. But you're now telling me...
You do on the amendment. You do, absolutely. You have the right to speak to the amendment. But, you know, it has to be relevant. And look, I'm going to say there's been 50 or 60 points of order that have been raised by members of this committee on all sides about relevance. I've been equally amenable to ruling about the fact that we have to stay on board. So I'm just asking to stay on board, because the relevance in this is that we're not dealing with whether we agree with ALTO or whether we support it or not, and what it's going to mean to this nation. What we're debating here is the amendment to the motion, and the motion is to call these three witnesses to this committee in relation to the apparent conflicts of interest of the finance minister and the ethics screen. So I'm not sure I can be any clearer than that. I certainly, for the last 11 hours, I've been very, very clear. So please go ahead on the amendment, Mr. Saini. And I'm not taking away your privilege. I'm just asking that you speak to the relevance of the amendment. And I'm asking all members to do that, not just you. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to finish here, but I'm going to put my name back on the list so I can come up with some different.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saini. Mr. Watch-Horn, next. So I'm going to ask you to speak on the amendment. I'm going to remind you what the amendment is, and it's to remove the last line, and that the committee report to the House that it is undertaking this study. That is, has been amended to be removed. And Mr. Watchhorn, I would really like you to be laser focused on that amendment, because if you do stray, I will interrupt you. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci de l'opportunité.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to testify at the committee today. It's really interesting to speak here. I usually speak at the Defense Committee. That's where I ask questions, and you know, it's a great opportunity to speak today about the amendment in this motion that concerns us today. To start, Mr. Chair, I'd talk about the decision of the Ethics Commissioner in the report that clearly concluded there was an absence of risk of conflict of interest and the absence of any need to verify that procedure when it comes to Mr. Champagne and Alto. I think it's 100% clear that it would be a waste of time and resources, of the committee's time and resources. I mean, certainly many committees are very short on resources. And we know that, the time of translators and clerks is precious. And I think that it would be entirely useless. And in fact, I think it would be a distraction. And it would simply undermine the credibility of this great project. I've had the opportunity to meet a number of representatives along the line where Alta would run, and the enthusiasm for this project is palpable. Any procedure that would aim to undermine the project, I think, is completely useless and a waste of time and resources. So I think that the amendment in itself is not necessary. It's not something that's going to help us move forward with anything vis-a-vis this project or vis-a-vis the debate on Alto. I'm an engineer by training. I was the mayor of a small town. And if I had a project that was going to affect my riding or my locality, my region, I would be really happy to know that the project was going to move forward. Wasting time on an amendment like this, I think, would be kind of ridiculous. So I think that it is the role of the Ethics Committee to make recommendations and analyses that are useful in advancing the debate. And currently, what we see here is not really any way of moving the debate forward.
Mr. Chair, is a distraction. It's a fishing expedition. And like it was said before, there is no risk of a conflict of interest. And the Ethics Commissioner has confirmed that. There's no risk of a conflict of interest, and there is no screen required. And on top of that, the Minister imposed the screen on himself. So he's going above and beyond what is required in the terms of ethics for the Alto project. Now, the Alto project, it's too important a project. It's a nation-building project because we want to be able to get people from Montreal to Quebec City in an hour and a half. We want to be able to get people from Montreal to Toronto in 3 hours. And wasting committee time on something like this, I think, is below us. I think we can do better. If we want to look at other ethics questions, that's fine. But I think this one is just a full-blown fishing expedition, and you're not going to catch anything. So it's completely, I think, not in the interest of the public or the interest of this committee or the interest of the House to push this any farther. And I find that wasting hours and hours of committee time, of resource time, and members' time on something like this makes absolutely no sense to me. Quand on fait des projets d'ingénierie, Monsieur le Président, on a un but.
When it comes to engineering projects, when you're working on a project like that, you always have a goal. You want to use your resources in the optimal way. And I don't think that the amendment, as it's currently written, represents an optimal use of resources. When you have a project, you make a plan, and you try to reach the goal through that plan. I don't see a plan for this amendment, other than trying to, invent something that doesn't exist. And conspiracy theories will not help advance the debate, nor will they help advance the project. I'm convinced that there are a lot of other things that this committee could do rather than wasting its time with something like this. Also, when you have a big engineering project like Alto, you need a timeline. And we're at the beginning of the timeline now. That means public consultation. I think that what my colleagues across on the other side of the House are trying to do is to create a link between, the budget and Alto. But really today, we're only at the consultation phase of the project. I was lucky enough to attend meetings with mayors and discussions with Alto representatives about how the project might move forward in the future. And again, I absolutely don't see how this amendment or, the removal of the last sentence in the motion will help the project move forward. I think it's important, again, that we use House resources, committee resources properly. And I don't really see how this is helpful to that. The Alto project is so important that we need to look at it very pragmatically. Looking at it through an engineering lens is what we need to do. We can't look at it through a partisan lens. A few years ago, even people on the other side of the House might look at a high-speed rail project and find that to be a good idea. There were even projects like that proposed by the former Liberal government. And, now the opposition parties have decided to oppose it. But I believe in the project. I think there's a real need among Canadians for a project like this. And, coming back to the amendment, I just don't see how it's going to help move forward debate about the project. I don't understand what they're trying to do with this. And I don't see the usefulness of this debate.
Again, pragmatic, Mr. Chair, in how we look at this. And I think we have to really focus our resources in moving things forward and making sure the project advances. And this amendment and the proposed modification to the amendment does nothing to bring this forward to us. It does nothing to help the project go forward. It is a fishing expedition, again, where there is no fish. So I see absolutely no use in moving this forward at all. And I think it's something that we have to think through again. That's why I don't think we need this amendment at all to do anything else on the subject. The train project is too important to start throwing stuff at the wall, start fishing, to start trying to discredit people when there is absolutely nothing there. I think it's super important that we have to stay focused again and try and make sure that we're looking at what has to happen to make the project work. Now, is this amendment and this debate any good to make the project move ahead? The answer is no. So I don't see the use, the necessity, or how this amendment or the modification to the motion will do anything to move the project forward. I think we have to rethink this, and I think we have to try and do a better job to make sure that the time in the committee is better used. So, Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up for now, and I'd like to put my name back on the end of the list, please, if we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watchhorn. On the amendment, Ms. Church. I'm keeping a list and checking it twice.
Mr. Chair, could you just confirm with me who is on the speaking list?
Ms. Church, Mr. Saini, Mr. Hardy, Madame Lapointe, Mr. Theriault, Mr. Sarre, and Mr. Watchhorn.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think that we've heard a fair amount about this amendment, and I'm hoping with a couple of my colleagues getting set to speak that maybe we're making some progress on our approach to this report. I think, as my colleague Mr. Watchhorn discussed, in addition to the considerations around what constitutes a good report from a parliamentary committee, I think there's some additional matters that we need to think about in considering this amendment. Mr. Chair, I am quite concerned about the idea of reporting back to the House on the motion that Mr. Barrett has put on the table, in part because I think that it leaves very much a faulty impression to the House and to Canadians. And one of the things I know from the many months of work that we've been doing on this committee is how seriously my colleagues from all corners of this table have valued the ethics of this committee and the necessity of providing fulsome and correct information when it goes to the House, when anything is being reported out of this committee to the House. And I do think that we should stop and take a moment and think about the nature of the motion Mr. Barrett put forward, and to Mr. Theriault's points, which I have been reflecting on as well. That if Mr. Barrett's intention was to probe the nature of a personal link and allegations of conflict between the Minister of Finance and Alto, that worries me. And it worries me because I think we have found ourselves there before, Mr. Chair, in providing motions to the House that were ill-informed and incorrect. And here we are the Ethics Committee. There's no question of that. We have heard from the Commissioner on several occasions from his office. And I think it is important for us to consider here that on this issue, the Commissioner has weighed in. And he has ruled that there was, and I quote, no risk of a conflict of interest, and that a conflict of interest screen was not required. And that this motion and the amendment precipitated by it has been the result of speculation, conjecture, and a twisting of facts about the Commissioner, his rulings, and the actions of the Minister who is acting, to go above and beyond any of the guidelines that were provided to him. And so we do have a responsibility as parliamentarians to make sure that we aren't pursuing a frivolous path, that we aren't undermining the work of government members or ministers or opposition members, for that matter, when it comes to the very serious accusations related to the operation of the Conflict of Interest Act and the Code of Conduct that all of us members are a party to. And I think in this case, again, the problem with that the amendment raises is that a bare report, a report without any type of testimony or facts behind it, without any type of investigation, it simply reinforces the misinformation, the conjecture that I think underpins a better part of this motion. Mr. Chair, when I first heard of this issue and saw some of the media reports around it, I was pleased to see that news reports have also, reported on how the Office of the Federal Ethics Commissioner said that the matter at issue here does not constitute a conflict of interest. That in the excerpts from what the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner has provided, the Commissioner has stated that as a Minister of Finance, there is no decision-making authority over matters of human resources at Alto, that a Minister of Finance would not have the opportunity to further the interest of any specific Alto employee. These are the Commissioner's words, Commissioner's guidance. And yet what we are being subject to yesterday and today is an unending debate about how the House of Commons should take time out of its precious and limited schedule of days in the House to focus not on the 150 odd bills that are before Parliament right now, but on a report with no basis in fact. And so, Mr. Chair, we keep coming back to this idea of the time that we're taking to discuss this particular amendment. But I feel that this is our duty as parliamentarians, as members of this committee, because it is our judgment about what is ready, what is ripe to go to the House of Commons as a report. And this isn't it. We heard earlier today the Prime Minister calling for substance. Mr. Chair, I think you echoed the Prime Minister's comments in calling on all of us to offer substance in what we do. And he explained how that included real testimony,
Relevance as well.
getting to issues, relevance, debating aspects of the law, none of which have happened to date in any meaningful way on this issue. And I'm very happy to debate, when we get back to it, the main motion and why it falls short of the standards of what this committee should be looking at. But while we are focused on the amendment itself and the removal of this requirement to undertake a study, I think it just becomes all the more transparent how this motion is made in bad faith, and how the tactic here to waste the time of the House with a report that hasn't been written, with a report that has no evidentiary foundation, is a problem.
Rappel au règlement, Monsieur le Président. Rappel au règlement.
Oui,
Est-ce que
Ontario.
Yes, Mr. Thériault? Yes. Mr. Chair, did I miss something? Because, I know I'm on Zoom and you're in the room, but this morning, had the Conservatives not made a proposal to allow us to eliminate the amendment at the end and accept the Liberal amendment so that we could talk about the motion? Now it seems like we're starting over as though that discussion never happened. Did the Conservatives withdraw their proposal to withdraw their opposition to the amendment? I don't really understand. It's been over an hour that we've just been talking about the amendment, but there had previously been a proposal. So did the Conservatives change position after 11 hours of debate? Because, I think you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, that we will have spent more time to work on this, 11 hours, than the time we would have spent hearing from the three witnesses here. It's 11 hours we've been debating a potential 6 hours of testimony. So did I miss something, Mr. Chair?
Vous avez raison.
Well, you're right, Mr. Thériault.
Just to explain what you had said, we did actually, I believe it was Mr. Hardy that proposed a unanimous consent motion to accept the amendment and accept the main motion. So it would have effectively removed the last line of the motion, which I think, based on the last 11 hours, is precisely what the Liberals have been looking for. The process, as I explained at the onset of this, or there was a question that was raised earlier in the hour, that if we were to accept the amendment of Mr. Sari And then, and that would be, that would mean that we would then move to the main motion. So we would be debating the main motion. If there was any concerns within the main motion or amendments to be had, then any one of the members around this table who are locked in could certainly propose that. But I believe that you are quite right that there was a proposal from the Conservatives to eliminate that and then move on to and accept the main motion as is. But unfortunately, there was no unanimous consent that was given to that. And so we are in the position that we're in right now of still debating the amendment. Now, if the amendment, as I said, went to a vote, it was either accepted or rejected. And I think the Conservatives have indicated that, that through their unanimous consent motion that they'd be willing to support the amendment. By removing that last line, we would then move on to the main motion as amended, which again would leave it open to other amendments as well, Mr. Theriault. So that's, you're not missing anything. I think you've seen clearly what's going on here. And I hope that explains it to you, sir. Okay? So in that, I will return to Ms. Church on the amendment, I suppose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to be clear, Mr. Chair, I think that just to be crystal clear, especially for Mr. Theriault, I think the issue wasn't simply that we could move to a vote and back to the main motion. The consent was sought, as I understood it.
I explained that, yes, on removing the last line and adopting the motion as
right. unamended.
And I explained
Correct.
that. I think I was crystal clear as well.
Right. Okay. Okay. Laser clear.
Laser focused.
Okay.
Fine.
Because, Mr. Chair, I think that many of us are new to the House in the past year, and have only so much experience dealing with reports back to the House. But I certainly recall how one of the challenges that I know when we report back to the House results in other opportunities for the opposition members to make other orders of the House, to order production. It sometimes resulted in millions of dollars spent, hundreds of hours wasted, ultimately leading to nothing or very little. And so, Mr. Chair, when I talk about our responsibilities as members of this committee in protecting the House and from the tactics that we have seen in the past, it's motivated in part by that, by making sure that when this committee does work, it does good work. It does work that is substantiated. And that when it goes to the House, there can be a thoughtful and real debate as opposed to simply a license for games and more partisanship, which I think is what we are trying to avoid in the way that our government seeks to operate today with the posture that we have struck and that the Prime Minister has struck. So, I think that we are interested in finding a way forward on this, and I thank the members opposite for at least a first attempt at moving us along. But I think there needs to be a broader recognition that that a frivolous and vexatious motion, along with a frivolous and vexatious attempt to report the committees that we're undertaking the study to the House, cannot and should not proceed and should not be tolerated by the members of this committee. There is a way to examine the government's engagement with Alto. There is a way to examine the work of the Minister of Finance and others on this project, but this is not it. And that's why we're going to continue to stand in opposition to the motion and propose, at a first point, the amendment that we are debating today. Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask you a question in terms of the committee's timing and resources, and how long you envision that we're going to be sitting this evening.
Well, that's a wonderful question, Ms. Church. We will be sitting till 4:37 this evening. Okay.
In that case, I'd like to ensure that some of the other colleagues around the table have a chance to speak in the next 10 or so minutes. But please add my name to the bottom of the speaking order.
So here's what I'm going to do. Rather than start that right now and have the unenviable task of cutting somebody off, I am actually going to suspend this meeting to the call of the chair and to advise committee members that we do have resources tomorrow evening from 6:30 potentially to 10:30. So I'm going to suspend this meeting at the call of the chair, and the room hasn't been determined yet. Once it is, I will let everybody know. The meeting is suspended.